Got the mathematician. Definitely got to do the each one teach one. Universal 7. Yeah, I came on a little bit early today because I'm going to be out a little bit early. It was brilliant elevation. Mm. Got the wordsmith. 793rd. 7 gang is picking up. Yeah, we see the wordsmith in a minute. We had Quizar Quaco. Quizar Quaco was filling in for you. In your since you've been gone. Like you was on vacation. We went to the library, the Christian knowledge. Yeah, everybody definitely got to hit the like button and share the video on on your Facebooks and Twitters, Instagram, etc., etc. The Christian, you went early today. That's why we're waiting for the rest of the people because we wanted some people supposed to be coming in later. But like I said, I'm gonna be out a little bit earlier too. But is there any topics that y'all had that y'all wanted to get into before we go off in multiple directions? Anyone? Anyone? Oh yeah. By the way, all the merch, is on sale right now. Across the little mark. Peace. Divine understanding. Knowledge born. Science knowledge born. I was just over here checking the little headlines. It looks like it was a slow police. It was a slow news day. All right, starting to get some of the wit that I miss crew in here. Mr. Jammy Jam, D Christian, you got a question? All right, what's that question? The how can you avoid paying taxes for 10 years out of the next 15 years ahead? Uh, you got to go into business. You would have to uh, you have to use the corporate laws. That's who don't pay taxes. And then where is SW law phrase from Providence Plantations? There you have to use the corporate laws. Seven ninety third says switch tax brackets. Well, it says the blacks got a platinum package on the way too. Who's the blacks? Yeah, I keep forgetting that YouTube, I mean Facebook for whatever reason won't let me Oh, the blacks. Oh, yeah, that's how Trump took the blacks. We have Don Bishop. Don Bishop came in early today. Alkim Salam. The clothes, well, that's True Divine. I don't know what True Divine. Carlos Club. But I think mostly everything is on, well, I guess it depends on what you get. I put some new stuff in there today, and all of that's mostly on champion shirts. So whatever size you wear in champion shirts. But everything is on sale. We passed the little subscriber threshold. Who's the chief of staff? Who's, matter of fact, God's Side the Divine has been trying to tell us something. We got revealed, just came in. God's Side the Divine he keeps getting caught up. He's been trying to let us know what we've been missing. And when we have some conversations that go into the Bible recently. Where's my man too? Was his name Naeed? Where's Naeed? The new hoodie, which ones you talking about? The God Cipher one? Yeah, I did a little I'm gonna have some more stuff. I'm gonna have some more stuff for tomorrow. But the sale is on for the next week, so the sale is going on for the next week. So that's what I said. I knew Naeed was in the building. So Naeed, what's the good word? What's the good word for the day? Nah, I ain't get there yet. I need a little bit more. But I'm on the way. What's the deal, Naeed? What's the good word? Has Jesus spoken to you since we last was on the live? The word today, so you gotta have a word for every day. See, because what happens if you don't have a word for every day, you will be you lose your direction. So that's why, 5% we deal with today's mathematics every day. See, because life is a lot of adaptations. So the same way it can become ingrained in you and you become adapted to doing the right thing, you can easily become adapted to doing the wrong thing. The same way if you don't work out the body, eventually the benefits that you get from working out is going to fade away. And it's the same thing mentally. If you don't exercise your mental powers and abilities, to analyze what's going on around you, then you could easily lose that ability too. So you might want to take that into consideration. The wisdom knowledge degree in the 1 and 48. All right. That's some real progress right there. Well, in fact, where's Mr. 120? Then Naeed, what's going on? What's going on, Naeed? We all came to see you start a show. Certainly, you must have a question. You must have a question to gain some clarity. To gain some clarity on why we blaspheme the way we do. Asiatic mathematics said I figured out that swimming 9,000 miles means to activate that 7.5 ounces. You want to add on? You want to add on to that? What you mean by that? Naeed. Fish. All right. Naeed.
I'm in class at 6, right?
Yeah.
And here I am.
Yeah. Yeah, Naeed. But what about your people, Naeed? Who's going to be their savior in salvation if not you? Don't you have it? Don't you have some type of obligation to spread the good word? Exactly. So the wordsmith said the 9,000 miles and the 7.5 ounces are both in the understanding wisdom degree, which brings out our power. You see? That's how you make it clear for, everybody that's here. Tommy Robinson. That's one thing you got to practice. When whenever you building, you know what I'm saying. But in particularly, especially when you teaching, you got to make sure that your words is clear, because if your word is not clear, right, then uh, you know, if the student lacks the knowledge and wisdom to be able to activate properly, then that's your fault. See, when you manifest, right, and everything is clear, then that servant which knew his Lord's will and prepared not himself, neither did according to his will shall be being made strike. But if you didn't make the will clear, now, right, we all have that obligation. D Christian, but that's one of those things, D Christian. Um, why it's best, for people to have that opportunity to learn it, as young as possible and as quickly as possible. Because the reality is, life only gets more complicated and more complex. Like the only time life starts getting less complex is when you die. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, there's going to be, a new baby, then it's going to be the grandbaby, then it's going to be, the mortgage. It's going to, it's only going to continue to add up. So, I've seen a lot of people fall victim to that. That, right now they real busy, so when something happens, when they're finished with this other thing, then all of a sudden they're going to study 120. She's studying 120, right? And the different sciences, the fasting and all of that, right? It also shows you how to study, in particular for you. You understand what I'm saying? Like how do you learn in particular? You understand what I'm saying? And what do you have to do? You know what I'm saying? Like for some people, they could be in the room and the TV could be playing over there, people playing video games over there, the radio is out there, and they can learn like that. For other people, everything got to go off. They got to shut the door. You understand what I'm saying? These is lessons that you learn about yourself. You know, but just in terms of, if you think it's going to become another simpler time when you're going to be able to study the lessons or really handle anything for that matter, if you think it's going to be a simpler time when you're going to be able to, study your lessons or learn to play an instrument, or, you think it's going to be a less uh, complex time when you can study about a topic or whatever, that time ain't coming. The time is now. You know what I'm saying? You got to put things into activation. The Bill said the day's mathematics is wisdom built and destroyed, or being born in knowledge out of sight, or being born in knowledge. True Divine came in. Will say the day's supreme alphabet is the 10th letter J, which represents justice, which determines a reward, a penalty, which you knowledge, and how you knowledge determines the outcome. Guaranteed. Yeah, we had a few people in here. We got any Any questions that we're gonna start off today with? The brother that just came, come back in a minute to I guess he'll have some questions. Let's see what happens. They get deep into the topic by the time they come in, then you know how that works. Was there any developments with the Breonna Taylor case, or is it just they said what they said? Now, as Allah said, I've activated myself. I have really jumped into the lessons on a daily basis, and time has not stopped for me or made things any more difficult than they already are. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta just go line by line. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes even if you just go line by line, you know, that's another thing that 120 kind of teaches you. Peace. You know what I'm saying? Is in terms of you making progress with the lessons, one word at a time, one line at a time, one lesson at a time. You know what I'm saying? And then before you know it, like D Christian, you put your head down, you start studying. Before you know it, you on, the wisdom build degree. You know what I'm saying? You on the downhill, uh, momentum. Deep. Now you just hit on something else right there in terms of teaching. Being uh, the best way to stay on point. God, so that's why I'm working on giving it to the young earths early. I can't have them out here without knowledge of self. Me, cats like me when I was young, but dealing with societies of people. But yeah, that's the key. If you, you know, if you out there teaching, you know, uh, first of all, it's just the constant elevation of constant activation. You know what I'm saying? Just the constant, uh, you know, because, whatever you activating on, these are thoughts that gotta go through your mind before they activate in your body. Okay, the wordsmith is definitely back. The wordsmith is back. He has a new word. He has a new word for us. So a new breakdown for a cremator. Now, as I said, I teach. I only have one student at this point. I mean, let's be so blank. You just don't want to have. You just don't want to have no students. So the wordsmith says, cremator is the wisdom build which borns knowledge at cipher, which borns knowledge and to take you back to the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10, which calls us the cream, henceforth cream mater. Um, Now I see the connection of the words that you're using here, but I don't see the connection that you're making. Queen Medina. Yes. I had a feeling. I had a feeling I was going to start a little side rally. So when you put the cream in the earth, you're the cremator. Jack King. Yeah, it's you. Listen, man. I told you, I have enough trouble just getting the regular definition of the word. By the time we get out to this kind of stuff, peace going, Sharon. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, but the worst should be. We always gotta do disclaimers, man. We always gotta give him a disclaimer. That's how he did. My dude said he coming back at 6 o'clock. Why, son? Peace to the God. By the way, the rally came out nice. Anybody that got a chance to make it, Mr. Green one came out on Saturday. I think he was here Sunday, but I was a little bit all over the place, so I didn't get a chance to. See, I just spoke Mr. Green one up. But yeah, I saw Mr. Green one out here on Saturday. Yeah, here doing starting the class up. Yeah, I missed you at the rally though. Are you on your way down here, Mr. Greenwood? Shy Atkins. Shy Atkins, welcome to the channel. Shy Atkins is on Facebook. So mostly I can't see Shy Atkins uh, comments. But peace to you, Shy Atkins. Where you from? Urban Gorilla. More knowledge, it'll be more rallies. Uh, like I said, it came. It was pretty good. Shot Queen Jules Earth. I know. Nah, it's not that shit. where you from though? New York, New York State, or New York City? So yeah, too, man. I see. Since y'all don't have no questions, you know, um, hmm, okay. But I guess we might as well go ahead and get down to the nitty gritty of something that I've been noticing, right? Which is why I like for people to, at some point meet face to face. You know, however you get exposed, the computer lab, yeah, we've been the guys, a lot justice, um, Universal, Salim, they came in here and cleaned up the computer lab. Uh, they did a supreme job, But something I've been noticing is that you know the people who's getting the knowledge right now, right? They're not being examined. You know, for a lot of people, I don't know you in the room with degrees you on, but dealing with uh, today's degree and the one at 40. Because see, when it says that Yakub's first rules were to make sure that all his followers were healthy, strong, and good breeders, right? It wasn't because you need healthy, strong, and good breeders in order to make the devil. It's because you need healthy, strong, and good breeders to be successful at whatever you're doing. And see, you got to remember that those laws is continuing on. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with us. See, the reason I could tell that people is not being examined, right, is because they're not healthy, strong, and good at multiplying. They're not good breeders. You see what I'm saying? Like, when you get this knowledge out, you know, you gotta be aware. See, this knowledge is for everybody, but everybody's not for this knowledge. You got to be aware that what you're exposing people to, that they may or may not be ready for. And I know on the one hand, the question to be, well, who's qualified to say whether they ready or not? Okay, that's a valid point. But what I am qualified to do, right, is tell you what I'm going to do, what I'm ready to do. Meaning right now, a kid can come up, right, 10 years old and say, look, I wanna smoke cigarettes. Now the 10-year-old kid may say, well, who are you to say I'm not ready to smoke cigarettes? Now, who are you to say I'm too young? Okay, maybe you're old enough, but you're not old enough to smoke cigarettes with me. I don't smoke cigarettes, but I'm saying if I did, you're not old enough to smoke them around me. That the God like process. And so it's the same token, when I see these people that, they come around now and, like I met somebody yesterday that they didn't realize that's what they said to me. But what you told me is that you had the knowledge for years, months, and days, and you only on supreme mathematics. If you had the knowledge, for quite some time, and you only on supreme mathematics. See, you got to be aware that, look, there's a lot of, like the new word that they use right now, there's a lot of allies. There's a lot of, conscientious observers, admirers, friendly neighbors. But see, y'all a little too, let me not accuse y'all, but, some people is being a little too easy to allow people into the family. See, that's what I'm saying. Are you making sure these people are healthy, strong, and good breeders? Mentally, physically, emotionally, uh, principles, like what, this person values could be sick. You know what I'm saying? All these are the different things. Like, see, you too quick to give people the knowledge of self and the science of everything without having gone through civilization and righteousness with them. As W said, it took me a month to get the 1 to 40 via a lot of social equality. Now I was going to that comes from not being around guys. You disqualify yourself. Yeah, and see, this is what happens. Is that you got to realize that there's certain things about this knowledge, right? That, see, first of all, like I said all the time, this knowledge is designed for kids. You see what I'm saying? So for a lot of people, they look at it as something simple. And so when we say, okay, 120 is not everything. 120 is not like after 120, you still got to go on with your studies. This is still a basic thing. When we say go on with your studies, it don't mean go on to, some other type of knowledge and then try to mix it with this. You know what I'm saying? Like from the time, you 1 year old until the time you 2 years old, yeah, you deal with growth and development where you beyond where you was when you was 1, but you still working with the same DNA. It's still all the skills, talents, everything that you're dealing with, right? It's still what you developing. Like when you was a kid, you used to play sports, right? You're going to see the growth and development of that in the person as they grow older. But now if you go and try to get a whole other set of DNA and grow off of that, what's going to happen? So what I've seen is that you got a lot of followers, right? You got a lot of followers, right? Of, other people in other nations, right? Who they think they 5%. See, that's one thing about building in the cipher, man. That's one thing about we say the hot seat is that, see, when the temperature comes up, that's when you can see things for what they really are. See, when you turn the temperature up on water, right? What you see? I'm talking about if you put water in a pot, right? And then you turn the temperature up. What do you see? See, at the Captain 120, you got to learn how to speak it, and then you got to learn how to understand it. But yeah, see, Queen Becca said Steen, Shah Queen said miss, which is the specific word that I was going to use, is you see the fine mist. You see the fine mist. The thing you couldn't see that before. And see, that's what happens when you deal with people. When the person comes up, peace, God, this, that, my name is magical, mystical rainmaker of the universe, Allah. Now that's just you just spoke that. You just spoke that, right? And I could take that on face value and be left all wet. But now when we turn the heat up, right? See, as W said, detect the falsities early, because that's another thing that happens. When you turn the temperature up on water, right? The impurities have to come out. If you ever did that experiment in school where you let the water evaporate, rather it's salt water or whatever, and when the water evaporates, right? See that other stuff is too heavy. It's too heavy. It's heavier than the gravitation. See, only the fine mist can rise. See, that's what happens when you turn the temperature up. See, people will come, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, they'll say, look, I'm a 5% this, I'm a 5% that. See, now in this room right here, y'all kind of, y'all zealous in that way. But, how many times when you come upon somebody, do you ask them how they see the day's mathematics? Or what degrees they knowledge? Because that's a lot of times, man, you get down to the nitty gritty, like, people come in tune with each other and, they complain about some stuff or something. And they both got the same complaints. So, it might appear to the naked eye that they one mom. Tommy Robinson said every day. As W said, I do at times. The person comes to me smiling, saying, peace, God, who you and what you know. I mean, yeah, that's how, for me, it is that. I mean, don't get me wrong. See a lot of people that I'm coming in tune with, right? We already had our times of sword fighting. We already had our times when steel sharpens steel. You see, even us, you find that, if you a builder, it's certain people that, when you come in tune with them, y'all might be building for hours. And see somebody like that that's still already sharp and steel, y'all may already start out in the heavens above. Y'all may not, necessarily go through the day's mathematics, but in the course of y'all building, right? Today's mathematics and, different degrees that we using to show and prove what we saying, right? Is going to come up. So Atkins said, I'm not complaining. Everything happens for a reason. But see, if I run into somebody, right, who uh, I don't know them, then yeah, I'm gonna ask you, where you from? You know what I'm saying? 120, I used to today's mathematics, just to make sure I know who I'm dealing with. See, because the lessons don't change. Meaning, look, if you present them to an 85%, they're the same lessons. If you present them to the colored man, they're the same lesson. If you present them to the black woman, they're the same lessons. What's different is who you are and how you going to deal with it. Whether you going to deal with it sincerely, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, whether you dealing with it to internalize it, or rather, you just learning about it because you want to add it on to your, repertoire of things that you read. See, like it's all types of things that I read. I read, Greek mythology or whatever. This is not something that I'm applying, every day. You could read a fiction book. Now, look, you could read a book of fiction and it might have a lot of science in it that you do apply. Like you got people that, they could break down the book, say, Animal Farm. And even though the book is a fictitious story, right? The principles that's expressed in it is not fictitious. And they can be applied to life right now. So wait, he said, what you mean he greeted you? He came up and said, "Peace, God," and then he said his name was Thomas. That does sound a little bit crazy. Why son said a brother on the train one day on my way to work told me he now is 120. Then he started talking flat Earth. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's I you know, and see and look, that's an example of what I'm saying. That's the example of what I'm saying, where it's like, okay, you know, when you went to show and prove 120, what did you read? I mean, when you went to show and prove, uh, 196,940,000 square miles, where'd you start your research at? Because you can't show and prove that and be dealing with flat Earth. I mean, this is just something. Uh, Somebody put it in the room the other day when we were speaking about books and authors, and somebody brought up that John Henry Clark made a statement to the nature of, black people. A lot of times, we get some type of religion, what I mean, some type of ideas from people from the outside, right? And then we get more hyped about it. We become more overzealous about it than they do, than they ever was. And there's something that's in certain people that look, they've reached a point where they just believe in miracles. Like just anything that you tell them, right, that says, okay, what you see in front of you is not reality, because that's what it comes down to. This right here is too hard. This is too hard to deal with. I'm talking about life in general. Just like, look, even with the knowledge, right? Having to study your lessons, quote them, build. See, that's too hard for some people. So they would rather go do something else where all you got to do is show up, whatever periodic time, whether it's on Friday, whether it's on Saturday, whether it's on Sunday, you show up, somebody else does all the talking, and then you go home and your ticket is punched. By you doing that, then you secured a home in heaven for yourself. So anything that is like, okay, we need to produce solutions for our situation. For some people, the things we have to do in order to do that is too hard. It's easier to gain some type of, or it's easier to espouse some type of belief, right? Where things is going to happen somehow automatically. Things is going to happen through some type of osmosis. Things is going to happen because somebody else is going to do something. Or there's some other secret kind of knowledge, that if you obtain that, then you're going to be able to float. You're going to be able to float on molecules of air. And a lot of these things may be possible, but you're not looking at it scientifically. Like for you just to tell me that, 10,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, people used to do this. Okay, but we gotta still know how to scientifically get there. We gotta know how to scientifically deal with that. That's like if you tell me, look, 40,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, whatever, right? People had fire. We don't just believe that. We scientifically know how to make fire right now. That's actually a science that we've all to some degree studied and mastered. But when you just telling me, once upon a time, black people used to be 8 feet tall, you know what I'm saying? And, they used to meditate and build Stonehenge and, the first Europeans, the first Greeks was black. And listen, man, listen, even if all that's true, we still have to come, like right now, right? Let's say a person is homeless. You telling them that the Egyptians built pyramids. What is that? Now it's different if you come over here and you say, well, look, I know the science on building pyramids. I just need your help. Like if you help me do this, then we'll both have a place to stay or whatever. That's something else. But all of these different things, like you want to espouse flat Earth, you kind of like shell shock. You shell shock, and then it becomes hard for you to discern what's the truth and what's the lie, because you're so shell shocked by the amount of mythology we've been exposed to. Now, it's one thing not to take it on face value, to say, you looked into it. It's another thing to come up with all these different ideas and theories that you can't show and prove in this day and time. Like, even if that happened then, we still got to master it right now. Meaning, look, they built pyramids back then, right? Whatever they made up, the same atoms, the same.
You got the knife replaced?
It's none in the back.
On the unity side.
I got it.
Yo, yes.
What was I just saying? That's why like people interrupt me, man. 'Cause oh, that's what I was talking about. That the same atoms, molecules, and cells that the people is made of that made the pyramids is the same cells we made of. You see what I'm saying? Like I said many times, what they show you most of the time on TV that we looking at the perfected science. But there's other things that the Egyptians built before they perfected the science. So that means that that's something that they learned how to do. It wasn't something that they went in a cave and the angel Gabriel told them how to do it. No, it was from positive elevation, always correcting errors, right? They perfected that science. And so what that means is that through positive elevation, right? Through scientifically dealing with trial and error, trial and tribulation, whatever we had to go through in order to properly attain that knowledge, right? Is within the realm of seven. It's in the realm of what we do. But see, just skipping, nah, you can't do that. Just say you got to swim that 9,000 miles, really mile by mile. You may think in your mind that the day somebody told you was God, that you already swam the 9,000 miles. That's what you may think. To the naked eye, that's what it is. But you can't swim that 9,000 miles without getting in the water. So by the same token, there's no set of things that you're going to start believing, and then that's going to adjust the situation. You know what I'm saying? And once you believe in like that, you've missed the whole point of what we teach. You've missed the whole point of what we teach. The wordsmith said, if you believe in flat earth, there's no reason to memorize 120 because actual facts and solar facts is dealing with the globe, and it's called actual facts, not actual theory. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to show and prove, the 24,896. How do you show and prove 7,926? You know what I mean? Because in order for it to have a diameter, it has to be a globe. All of these things, and what I'm saying is, for me, in order for you to make me accept that, I got to ask you some questions and you got to know the answer. You understand what I mean? Because I'm not a religious person to just walk around saying, oh, well, yeah, this person over here said it was flat earth. Nah. See, I need to be able to know for myself. So when I say it, I said it. I'm not just saying what a person repeated. See, that's what happens when you show and prove for yourself and you didn't take things on face value. Now I can say that without having to refer to this other person, whoever is the authority. See, that's hard. For you to actually have to do some work in it, that's hard. So you would rather go somewhere, right, where this person claims to have the understanding. And they give you their understanding. That's how it was when I was in church. You go there and the preacher gives you his understanding. And then for the rest of the time, you don't really think about it. Yeah, some people, why I'm saying, what I ask people like that? Who taught them how to read? Like how who taught you how to add numbers and multiply numbers? If you're just gonna, everything like you skeptical of even that would like so right now, if the white man came and told you that you was God, would you think it was some kind of trick? That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I said people is so shell shocked that it's like anything. Oh, if the colored man said it, and then you're gonna tell me to have an open mind about this flat earth you're talking. You're gonna tell me to have an open mind, but you're rejecting the global earth theory based upon nothing scientific. Do you remember the other day we had that topic, the difference between culture and religion? They both make you do things. They both, the ideas behind the different actions that you take during the day, the activities of your life, right? They the reason that you do it. But one is based on some kind of reality. The reality of the Eskimos culture is that that's how you gotta live where it's frozen. The reality of people on Hawaii's or the reality of the people on Hawaii's culture is that that's how you got to live in a place like that. In the tropical climates, where it's volcanoes, you got to live a certain kind of way there that you wouldn't have to live on the frozen tundra. The time that they get up in the morning, it varies. If you're a farmer, you're from a certain culture where you get up at a certain time. If you're a fisherman, you got a different culture, you may get up at a different time. The foods that you eat is based upon, okay, you a farmer, you got chickens and cows. The other guy's a fisherman, he's got seafood. The clothes that people was wearing, okay, how are we getting these clothes? Are we hunting the animals for them? Okay, what kind of animals we got here? That's the reality of the people's culture. But when you're dealing with religion, people is basing what they do off of stuff that they never seen and they don't know what it is. See what I'm saying? So if we jump out in the street and start rain dancing right now, we start doing a rain dance so that we can please the gods of rain. Now that's based on something else. It's still the idea behind this activity we get ready to do. But that's religion. I think I brought this up the other day. You know what I'm saying? About these people in World War II, right? That they was Stone Age people, people in the Pacific Islands, like Papua New Guinea and these type of places, right? And when it was World War II, the American government, the military, was trying to, keep the people on these islands like appeased, like they knew they was over there bombing and everything, and all of the resources that the people had over there was going to be disturbed. And so what they was doing is dropping food off, Spam, whatever they got in the military food, right? They was dropping it off on these Pacific Islands. You know what I'm saying? Now, when World War II was over, the people on those islands formed religions. They formed religions based on their lack of understanding of what happened. They looked at them as gods that brought that food, and they actually made idols. They made airplanes, right? replicas of airplanes or whatever resources they had there, right? To appease the gods of these airplanes so that they would bring more food. See, that's based on a lack of understanding. That wasn't a part of their reality no more. Yeah, for that brief period of time, that's the grain of truth that has to exist within a myth in order for the myth to have some legs. You can't just tell a whole lie. You got to tell some part of the truth with that lie, just in order for belief. See, like right now, if you ask somebody where they was, right, and they say, I was over there by the store a couple of blocks down. Now they could be lying, but that's believable. Oh, man, it's greasy up, man. Whoa, Lord. Oh. But get back to my point. See, a lot of people bring that same kind of lack of understanding into this knowledge with them. And so the things that they're saying is based on things they heard. You know what I'm saying? You heard Allah said this, you heard this person, did that, but they don't really study. They don't come here and study and make there be a reality behind the things that they saying and the things they doing. From James Harris. They don't cause it to be a reality behind the things that they doing and saying. So now they could be speaking even to a 5%. You're speaking to a 5%, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what makes you think you a 5%. Because the reality is they're here with the same religious mindset. Like that's a way of looking at the world. Religion is a way of looking at the world. Just like in the 5%, we have a way of looking at the world. Yeah, see, now Asiatic mathematics, this is the type of thing when you ask some of these people, they'll never know that. If you ask them, like if the earth is flat, right? Then why can't I look with a telescope and see Mount Everest from everywhere on the planet? Like right now, if you're in New Jersey, right, you can look and see the Empire State Building. Because it's the tallest thing around here. We would all be able to just look in a telescope and see Mount Everest. See, that's something you could do where you could say, all right, I did that myself. I don't have to, it's not that I read this book or, I spoke to this person. There's nothing wrong with speaking to people, you know what I'm saying? drawing up their wisdom and coming up with an understanding. There's definitely nothing wrong reading books. But at some point, the word has to become life. The theory has to be able to be lived out. Shot, shot Queen said, "Big head flying guys." You know, there's people, there's people who believe that. Mr. 120. SW said, I'm reading a book called Technology of the Gods. Well, yeah, that was something you was asking about too, Jamie Jam, where you was asking about my understanding on Musa. What I could, you just asked like a kind of general question that was difficult to answer. SW said, I'm reading a book called Technology of the Gods, The Incredible Science of the Ancients by David Hatcher Childress. Good book on ancient Egypt technology. They had everything from atomic weaponry to planes back then, allegedly from his said research. Yes, this is what I'm saying. Look, here's the thing. What's the difference between that and, me and you used to be with God up in heaven until he decided to send us down with the stork, and, we got to do everything down here to get back to this, that's what I'm saying. That, you just telling me that. So, not you, I'm saying that the person who's writing the book is like, you telling me that, okay, uh, that makes a good goal. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like, okay, now I know the realm of possibility. You understand what I mean? There is a positive impact as far as that, meaning he's not saying, well, now the people in Egypt was just slaves. So therefore, you have nothing to aspire to, you know what I'm saying, except being a slave. You know what I mean? Except being the best slave that you possibly could be. That's that is an important aspect. But at the same time, without no real tangible steps on how we could get back there, yeah, I could, we could go on and on. There's nothing that we can prove that they didn't have. What you say? Shaquille said, please remove water from the computers. Who got water in their computer? Oh.
This right here?
Yeah, I think that. You were on point. I didn't even catch that. See, you gotta bear with me, Shot Queen. I get caught up running my mouth sometimes, and uh I be out there running my mouth sometimes, and it takes me a while to get down to the comments. Magnetic, what's the deal? D. Christian said, from brief research, it's a society of colored people that came up with that flat earth concept. I mean, that was something that, when I learned about it was in school, that this was a theory that the Greeks had, and another theory that I've been hearing some of the flat earth people also, manifesting is that everything that you see, right? Like y'all talking about seeing the moon, that really is some kind of dome over the earth, and that stuff is just painted on the dome up there. These is all stuff that I learned about during the time when I was learning about Galileo and Copernicus and individuals like that. And these were the other theories that had existed, amongst the colored people before Galileo and Copernicus and these individuals expanded their knowledge. That was how I learned about these things. You know what I mean? I think for some other people that maybe we went to different schools, this is a new concept to them. Magnetic. You know what, Magnetic? Let me call you. I'm gonna call you after we get off the live. I'm gonna be off today at 8:00. So about 8:30, I'm gonna give you a call about how we can make things work on Saturday. Mr. 120 said Flat Earth Theory was buzzing for a while because it went viral on social media and because of Kyrie Irving a few years ago, but it seems to have died down since then. Yeah, because it was never the whole thing was just a bunch of questions. Like they never, like you asked them to show and prove, they couldn't show and prove. Their whole thing was, why can't you open your mind to consider this? And they didn't ever want to accept that. Okay, I considered it, and then I don't agree with it. Like what? Just because I don't agree with what you told me doesn't mean I didn't sincerely take it into consideration. After careful consideration, I don't agree with it. Rakeem Raz. You from Rakeem Raz? You new to the room. Welcome to the channel. Do the Each One Teach One. Hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Yeah, this is another, you right, Wordsmith, in terms of, the clock, all of these things is based on the global earth. So, like for instance, when we say there's no mystery God, we can explain the illusions. We can point to the illusions. We could, there was never anything that they could point to say, okay, what about this? At least for me, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we do, man. We show and prove. We don't show and tell. Jam said, I may be going about it the wrong way, but I stay chewing on the degrees and flipping them all around, looking at them. Then I see major holes in my knowledge that need to be filled in things. Well, listen, That's never going to stop happening until you study the lessons first and try to understand them next. Like you gotta study them, have them on cap, because see, you gotta be able to go through all the lessons, right? In order to, you know, uh, the definitions and the meanings, the breakdowns to certain things, like the simplest one I keep mentioning, right? Is that first you learn that it's 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth. But then you got to keep studying into the lessons, right? To learn that it's 139,685,000 miles of water and 57,255,000 square miles of land. See, without you studying the lessons, if you're not doing that level of research, but how do you know which direction to be pointed in to do the research? See, that's what 120 does. Yeah, it introduces you to all these topics that you could go do the research in, right? But how do you know which direction to go? You're going to swim 9,000 miles, but which way? North, east, west, or south? See, that's what you know what I'm saying. So, for instance, if you see it says Buddhism is 35,000 years old and Christianity is 551 years old, right? Okay, you're gonna go looking in Japan for the history of Christianity being 551 years old? Are you gonna go looking in South America for the history of Buddhism being 35,000 years old? Because see, more than likely you ain't gonna find it there. You got to know the right direction to go to be able to ascertain that knowledge. So you gotta go in sequence. You gotta go in sequence. It's no other way. Christopher Gooding. What you say here? I see major holes in my knowledge that need to be filled in things that require definition. Musa was one of those things for me. I'm seeing how now recently about somebody teaching what they don't know or having proven for themselves. Well, Musa wasn't teaching what he don't know. It's just, you got to deal with preparation. You understand what I'm saying? In order for people to be qualified, you understand what I mean? They have to have gone through the right preparation. In order for you to be qualified to see everything that's in these lessons, you have to have gone through the proper preparation of studying it. It's no other way around it. Is like I said, 120 is like chess. You got to know all the pieces and how they move and how they don't move. And they all move in a different way. They all move in a different way. The piece can look exactly the same, but no, this one is on white and that one is on black. It's a fine miss. But without that knowledge, you can't play the game. So you can't just try to go with your strong point. You can't just try to use the queen and think you're going to master everybody you play. Yeah, you're going to get past some amateurs like that. But you can't just use your strength. You're going to have to develop some of your weaknesses in order to be successful at chess. So it's the same thing with 120. Yeah, certain things you come into 120 knowing already. it's certain things that may seem natural and innate to you when you study, when you look at the lessons, and it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense to me automatically. But there's other things that you don't understand yet that you're going to have to bring your understanding of that up to par in order for you to see everything, even in terms of this. And this is pretty much across the board. You know what I'm saying? Especially for, depending on what age group you was in. Like, we're in a little different day and time now where things is kinder and gentler. But listen, I don't know anybody who didn't have a hard time digesting that we not pro-black or anti-white. When you first hear that, you like, wait a minute, hold. Like there were certain things I didn't understand at that time, but see, I had to study all the lessons for a while. And then I came to the understanding of what these things meant. Like when Allah first said that he wanted to see the nation in the UN, I didn't understand that. I was like, why would we want to be around them for? Like, why would we want to be around them? What good is going to come to us? Like, how many more times do we need to deal with the traitor? But once I had all the knowledge and was able to understand things and know who I am and know who the devil is and know the history and be able to predict the future.
Hey, Scott. How are you? How's up?
We're doing class in here right now. Then I was able to see. But there's dozens of examples of these things. There's dozens of examples of this. Of things that I could tell you that no, you have to get to the whole thing in order for you to understand, man. You got to be able to see from all angles. You got to be able you got to look at it over and over and over to see some of these things. You got to look at it different ways. Like when you look at a mile, right, and you see 1,760 yards, that's one way you looked at it. But now you got to look at it another way where you see 5,280 feet. It's the same thing, but you looked at it a different way. But how you able to do that, right? Until you walk that mile. You got to walk that mile first before you can look at it all in different ways. Mr. 120 said, after completing 120 and quoting the degrees daily, I noticed it improved my verbal communication. I work in sales and immediately noticed a marked improvement. Yeah, see, because you learn some things about yourself too in studying 120, right? And swimming that 9,000 miles in that way, you learn some things about yourself too. Say when we go and accomplish something, whatever it is, if you go to lift a certain amount of weight, see, okay, you find out how heavy that weight is, but you also find out about how strong you are. And you've developed yourself in a way where now you got a different knowledge about what you can do. Jamie Jamson, knowledge itself is more than just a body of accumulated facts. It's about the lessons of life. Half time came in the room. there's a flat Earth picture. Why you laughing, Naeem? You know we waiting on you. We waiting on you to certainly after this much conversation, you have a question from the Christian point of view. Everyone in the room right now, Naeed is he's my new Christian friend that we build almost every day, me and Naeed. Yeah, Mr. 120, you got a point right there. Because I've asked him that too. That the flat Earth, it has to go with some other things. Like telescopes have to be lying to us too. Like all these different things. Like this is not like a 1 or 2 person conspiracy if the Earth is flat. You gotta love. Okay, hold on. We had a question here from Naeed. Naeed said, knowledge is power, but where does all this get you? Very good question. Very good question. Very good question. You see, Naeed, first, we have to be one mind. See, and this is for all you people out there talking all this. We need to take up arms already, and we need to do this. And we see first, we gotta be one mind. See the situation that we in right now. I'm talking about all original people, right? We here in the wilderness of North America. We on Facebook, YouTube, or whatever. We watching the news. We seeing people that look like us getting killed. We seeing people like us getting sick. You know what I'm saying? And not being no relief for them. The reason why we got here, right, is because the people who orchestrated that was one mind. Even if that mind was just a business mind, even if that mind was just, okay, look, you gonna have that? All right, no doubt. Yo, when you get that over here, I'm gonna buy it from you. Even if they just made that deal right there and they was one mind on that. But see, it goes beyond that. Do you know about, I think we discussed this already, Naeem, do you know about dumb diverses? That's the question right there. Do you know about dumb diverses? Shot Queen said, look how they see, draw it up through 120, born it out through supreme mathematics. If it doesn't add up, it's not right and exact. Yeah, some people apparently that's lost on them. That the language of science is mathematics. Yeah. Basically, when you go to science class, what you learn? A whole bunch of mathematical formulas. D equals RT. Yeah, physics, all of that. That's all mathematical formulas. Even when you go to chemistry class, right? You see those little numbers that's on the side of whatever element they speaking of. Yeah, the way those numbers interact with each other has to deal with what different substances those elements make when they come together. You see what I'm saying? In order for it to be H2O, right, it has to be certain mathematics with the elements that's going into that compound. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? But when you forget that, right, then you think you can skip the steps of having to deal with mathematics to show and prove what it is you say. See, we can tell each other stories all the time, but in order to show and prove it, some mathematics is going to have to be involved. See, sometimes it seems like a small thing, but see, what makes mathematics unique, or a property that is unique with mathematics, right, is that there's no highest number or no lowest number. You see what I'm saying? There's no highest number. Like, you can't count to the end of numbers. You see what I'm saying?
I look at the word zillion. It means a number too high to count.
Yeah, that's
Same
just,
thing.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? But that's just saying theoretically is you know, a zillion is a figure of speech. You understand what I'm saying? You know, but see, at the same time, even though there's all these numbers and there's no end to them, right? Each number is specific, meaning one can't be two. See, like if I just use words, right, and I say 8, do you mean the number 8? Do you mean the past tense of eat? You understand what I'm saying? But see, you can't do that with numbers. So that's why, you know, you come to 2122 7th Avenue and there's no mistaking. You understand what I'm saying? If you go to the doctor and they say how much you weigh and you put that number, there's no mistaking.
There's no mistakes in numbers.
Nah, because it's definite. See, anything you can say, yo, that water was hot. Yeah, but how hot? You understand what I mean? Hot that, you know, it was how you wanted it to take a shower, or was it so hot that it burned the skin off you? Now, if I put a temperature on it, right, and say, yo, that water was, you know, 190 degrees. Now you can know what it is. Exactly. But, you know, like the earth right here was saying, is that once people stray away from that type of knowledge, once people, you know, you start thinking you can skip steps. See, because we say that all the time. Oh, it's you know, it's simple as 2 plus 2. Is 2 plus 2 really that simple though? Like, just because you know something that's happening, that don't diminish how important it is, right? Like, you know that you inhale and exhale. That's a simple thing. But see, if you don't do it, you die. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even though it might seem like a small thing, you don't even think about it. You know what I'm saying? You don't even think about that you breathing. It's simple. Babies do it. But that doesn't diminish how important it is. So it's the same thing with supreme mathematics. A lot of times, you know, we get into these conversations, we get all long-winded, we done studied all these books and all these things, and then you thinking, you know, that you're beyond the 2 plus 2. See, no matter, listen, people, you know, yeah, you get 120, then you got to get the wisdom out of it. But listen, don't ever forget where you came from in that neither. Don't ever forget the simple principles and the simple steps of how you got to way up there, wherever you at. You know what I mean? You achieve whatever you feel is a lofty amount of knowledge. You know, you read your book a week or a month or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And you can bring all this to the table. But see, you might not know what you have. Like, when I was at 85%, there's some things that was in the lessons I already knew. But over time, then I realized what I really had. Jam said was Musa teaching about a mystery God. Musa had lost the knowledge of himself. See, you listen, you, and Musa, there's a lot of things about him, right, that uh make him seem complicated. What Musa did was taught his history. Musa's teachings is the Torah.
The first 5 books of the Bible, right?
Right. But see, when you look in the Torah, right, some of the things in there, right, is about Leviticus, how to eat the right foods. You understand what I'm saying? There's certain laws in there about how to treat your family right and exact, how to be just and fair with people. You understand what I'm saying? And there's also stuff in there about, we these chosen people that's supposed to make it into Jerusalem, and the world is supposed to be our footstool. But that was his history. Remember, Moses wasn't like a foreign person who came to the Jews. He was one of them. So what he taught them was some of the things that he learned from Pharaoh, right, when he was there. And he taught them some of the things he learned from his Jewish family. You understand what I'm saying? So, with Musa, is this, and what you're saying right there, you missing a little bit about what Musa was about.
He lost. She said he or she said he lost knowledge of self. How's that? I thought he came. She said Caucasian to man knowledge of self.
Yeah.
She said, in the lessons.
Right.
Wait. I think it was what? Why did we run Yaakov and his many devils across the highway gate?
Right.
To the hills of
into the caves of Osage, as they now call it, Europe.
What did he take with him?
Well, you leaving some stuff out.
Why did we bring Yaakov and his made devil from the roots of civilization from the hot Arabian desert into the caves of Western Asia, as they now call it Europe? What is the meaning of EU? ROPA? How long ago? What did the devil bring with him? What kind of life did the devil live in? How long before Moses came to teach the devil of their forgotten trick knowledge?
Right.
You want the answer?
Now, I'm saying, what was your question about?
No, she was saying that Musa lost knowledge of self. Or he was saying that.
Well, yeah, when he say it, don't get confused. You know what I'm saying? With what he said. That's actually a little more complex than where you at. You know what I'm saying? But You know, Musa has issues with remaining civilized. Jan E. Jeb said, "What is technology if not a mystery God science? Lying still in the mastery of the original and mastery of the original man is acting like one's actions and destruction don't also born justice, but as a penalty." Nah. See, that's what I'm saying. You know, what Musa did is what he was supposed to do. You see what I'm saying? See, you got to remember, maybe that's part of the history too, that maybe you haven't gotten to that. But why was the 30% dissatisfied? Anybody can answer that question. Why was the 30% dissatisfied?
Who's the 30%?
The 30% is Yaqub's followers that or they that's who Yaqub's followers came from, that he grafted into the covenant. So Naeed Day said, what is 120? 120 is a story about who is God, who is the devil, and what happened when they mixed together on the planet Earth. Which is pretty much the same thing that the Bible is. It's the same thing that the Torah, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, etc., etc. All of these different stories is about, good and evil and what happened when they mixed together. All the different personalities of people, the people who's going to be fooled by the wrongdoers, the people who's going to be aware of what the wrongdoers is doing, the people who don't partake with the wrongdoers. You understand what I mean? So, for instance, Noah is a character, right? That he didn't get caught up in what the wrongdoers was doing. So when everybody else got taken off the planet, right? He was spared, right? But these different stories that we read in, whether they're in the Bible, whether they're in the 120 or whatever, is for us to see who this person is, as a character on the stage of life. You see what I'm saying? These are people, like for instance, you probably, I can't recall how old you said you are, but I'm sure by now you know a Judas. But were you able to recognize him, right? Like Jesus did in the Bible? Or did you not ever know what hit you, right? Because you was like Isaac, who was Jacob's father, right? But he was blind. So the people who was right there closest to him, his wife and his son, was the ones that fooled him. But he didn't see it coming, and he didn't know what happened because he was blind. Now you could take that to mean just biologically blind, or you could take it to look, in situations in your life where you was blind to the facts of what was going on. And then when that person did what they did and turned the lights on for you, and then you look back, you was like, yeah, see, how did I see that this person was right amongst me and that this was the type of larceny that they had in it? See, that's what 120 is for. 120 is a very compact version of these stories of who is God and who is the devil and what happens when they mix together. And so me as a child, right, I was able to put that whole 120 on cap, right? And be able to move through life with it and activate off it. So when I see these different characters, whether it's a Judas who's a bad guy, you understand what I'm saying? Or rather it's the Son of Man who's coming to my aid, right? You gotta be able to tell the difference. You see what I'm saying? If Judas walks up on you and you think that he's the person who's supposed to come to your aid, then how you gonna turn out? You see, having 120 on cap allows me to be able to navigate that.
What's confusing me is I'm saying how is not the white man God with that?
What you mean?
How he ruled the earth still. And his civilization is magnificent.
I mean, in comparison to what?
In comparison to what I see in America, but I never left America. Yeah, I left on a cruise before.
I mean, well, see, you ever used to watch The Honeymooners?
I watch it. My wife watches it every night.
The Honeymooners, right? Now look, you remember that episode when Ralph said to Ed, he said, "Yo, when you got hit in the head with the bat, who took you to the hospital?"
That was on yesterday.
And then,
He said, "Who hit me with the bat?"
Yeah, Ed said, "Well, who hit me with the bat?"
You did.
Said, "See, this is the type of situation that we dealing with the colored man." Peace, black man. That's the type of situation we dealing with the colored man. As a matter of fact, this is exactly what I needed. Listen, tell Boy Mastermind, Mr. Green one brought me this. so this is not actually my fault this time. Dr. Vinci. And so that's what you got to look at with what you're saying right now in terms of, yeah, you got a magnificent civilization, but what is it built on? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to read some books. You ever read a book called 100 Blacks in Science? You ever read any books about the Moors?
I'm excited about the Moors. I don't remember what you were saying. So like they fast for 100 days before the body begins to starve.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing, but
Prophet Muhammad, the kingdom.
I'm talking about specifically as it pertains to civilization and different technology. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, even if we go back to one of the foundational elements, right, of the civilization that you're talking about that we living in, right? Christopher Columbus had to get over here, right? How he got over here.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Right, he got over here on the ship, right? But where did he get the maps? Because remember, at that time, we were just talking about it, they thought the earth was flat. Yeah. And that if you went too far, that you would fall off the side of the earth, right? So this is what I'm saying. How did he get that technology to be able to know that, nah, if you keep going, you're going to hit land?
Well, he just wandered, right?
No.
He bumped into America.
No.
No.
He got all that knowledge from the original people.
Who he was taking as slaves?
Mm-hmm.
They taught him and then they took them as slaves and what them in?
Before they took them as slaves. That's what I'm saying. That's not our default state of being slaves. You understand what I'm saying? We built civilization, right, and expanded it over to them. You understand what I mean? We the ones that taught civilization. Now, don't get me wrong, since that time when we first taught them civilization, they made some progress and some developments. You understand what I mean? But at the same time, there's still things, even though they've made progress and development, it's things that happened 10,000 years ago they still can't explain. Right. And see who manifested that. See, that's why I say when you say great, great in comparison to what? You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, something look good, right? That's kind of the face value of it. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like, look, our condition, right, in America is also a part of that civilization. You see what I mean? You look at the shiny part on TV, but when you look at what they call that thing out there in California with the tents?
Skid Row.
Yeah, right. When you Skid Row, it's also their civilization.
It is I was looking at a video earlier. There's a dude named Charlie Boat. He just ride around traveling like.
I know you're talking about. Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, I won a Philly, but I was doing analysis to the comments, and somebody in the comments was like, "Yo, this is the side of America that you don't see, that they don't show you." You know, like it was looking like the worst ghetto in America. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times, that's what you looking at. That's what you're seeing. You know what I'm saying? Just like, look, when they was going around the world, right? The Europeans, they wasn't telling people that, yo, back in our land, we starving. We dying. Nah, they came out there like they strong. Yes, I mean, they came out there with cannons and guns blazing. We don't have no problem. We civilized. Y'all, this is the mentality that they coming across with. You see what I'm saying? So, we in a situation where we constantly looking at the underbelly of what we got to deal with. You see what I mean? But then we look at TV, like you go downtown and you see all those buildings that they built. You like, yo, this is marvelous, right? Okay, but look, they stuff will fall apart within 50 years. Like if they stop maintaining it right now, right? New York City, maybe 50, maybe 100 years, would be crumbling. It wouldn't be like stuff the original man did, whether it's in South America, whether it's in Asia, whether it's in Africa. You understand what I'm saying? All these things that still exist. You gotta understand that. Listen, when you go to the hospital, right? When you go to the doctor, they got, in order for a doctor to be a doctor, they got to take a particular oath, right? It's called the Hippocratic Oath, right? This is from Hippocrates, who was a Greek, who they say is the father of medicine. You see, really, he got his signs from an original man named Imhotep. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say, yeah, you see he's going on to do great things, but he's doing it with your stuff.
Not giving credit.
And not giving the credit. Exactly. So on face value, you saying, yo, wow, this dude, he got all this right here. You know what I'm saying? And then look, even that, there's still more levels to it. Because even over here, right, he wouldn't even exist. Like right now, Thanksgiving is coming up. Listen, he's telling you in that story, we couldn't even have existed here without the original man. Like until they came and we had this big feast, yeah, we was about to have to go back or die.
More like that.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. But what about the way they dress? The three-piece suits, shoes.
They just started that in like the 1800s. If you look back,
did the original man wear suits and things like that back in his time?
No, we had our own stuff where we considered we was going by our own values. So, when you see, like if you look at the UN, right? Everybody that show up, they think they sharp. You know what I'm saying? Listen, that's like, look, back in the day, everybody used to go clothes shopping. Okay, I remember just saying, yeah, why don't you get some nice clothes? What you talking about? I'm getting nice clothes. You understand what I'm? But see, by her standards, jeans and sneakers, that's work clothes. That's not nice clothes. That jeans to her is work clothes. Yes, she didn't understand designer jeans. You see what I mean? But that's based on her value system of whatever, she was in the midst of that she think looked good. So no, people in there wear three-piece suits, but did they dress civilized? and have oils and shit and was trying to sweet and all that. Yeah, the original man did that. You know, like I said, if you look back, George Washington wasn't wearing suits. George Washington used to dress like women. You know what I'm saying? They used to wear wigs and makeup and the capri pants. You know what I'm saying? With the stockings. But that was their values at that time. So that's what I'm saying. You can't, we live immersed in this society. So we absorb a whole bunch of their values, whatever it is that they think is great, we think is great. Because we've been educated by them.
You were saying to someone, said if the white man come up to see God, then how do you feel?
Yeah. Would you say, well, nah, this white man said it then? Yeah. Or would you say it's not true? Because you got that side of the coin too, where you got the people who just eat up everything you say. And then you got people who want to say it's flat earth because, you're just looking for something that's outside of the realm of what the color man is saying. But what you gotta realize is that, look, there's no other alternative set of facts. He's being successful, like you said, because he's using the real facts. You understand what I'm saying? He's not dumb enough to think that it ain't no such thing as gravity. When he builds a building, he takes that into account. That yes, there is something called gravity. You understand what I mean? And if we don't go according to the laws of this, right? If we try to pretend this law don't exist, people gonna die. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta. We all gotta travel more. You understand what I'm saying? But even if you don't get a chance to travel, right? You got to read some books, right? So that your mind can expand out past your head. You understand what I'm saying? You have to stimulate your mind. You have to stimulate, what I'm saying, the powers of your mind. You understand what I'm saying? With information. You know what I mean? That power is innate within you, but it still needs to be stimulated with information. See, a person can be smart or dumb. You know what I'm saying? You can have a dumb person, you send them to school, and they can get all this stimulation, but the power is not in their mind. You understand what I'm saying? So it don't equal nothing. By the same token, you can have a person who's not very educated in everything. You see what I'm saying? But the power exists in their mind to see certain things. You know what I mean? You might could fool them 1 or 2 times until they catch on because you have knowledge that they don't have. You see what I mean? But once they make an observation, you see what I'm saying? Because the power exists in their mind and they were stimulated by whatever happened. Like, okay, I came out bad that time and he came out good. All right, then we see. All right, I see what you did there.
Misconception, I think, with a lot of like Southern people, you might think that because they from the South or whatever, not from a big city environment or their education level was a little bit less, that they not as smart. Mm-hmm. But sometimes they're like even more savvy and more smart than, what I mean, some of the big city. It's like the story of the city mouse and the country mouse type thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I did hear something though, about a kind of parasite, right? That's in the ground. I guess it's like microscopic, and it can crawl up through your feet and get in your bloodstream and affect your brain. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And they were saying that a lot of Southerners, being that they was, moving around bare feet, that they had that parasite. And so that's one of the places where that stereotype comes from. You know what I'm saying? Is because you had these people that was kind of out of it, but it's based on, something else. It's not really not nothing to do with the South, But my whole thing with that is, listen, that's between Caucasian people. Yeah. You understand what I mean? That whole North and South thing, like, look, it's a division. Yeah, especially when you're dealing with original people, where 98% of us got history in the South. You understand what I'm saying? That, right. You understand what I'm saying? You know, within the last 50 or 100 years, not like, you know, thousands of years ago, our family was in the South. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we talking about the 40s, 50s, and 60s, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I've never been, yeah. But you're right, though. You know what I'm saying? That's a type of stereotypes where, you know, if you're just looking at the TV version, right, and all you seeing is, you know, the Beverly Hillbillies, because, you know, that's got a lot to do with things too. You know what I'm saying? The way we see things on TV, because otherwise you never would have even been exposed to those people to know they exist. You understand what I'm saying? So you get these type of images off the TV, you know what I'm saying? Just like you get the images of original people off the TV, you know, and even the good images. Well, I tell people that, you know, listen, you know, if you just watch TV, or see, we from New York, right? Now in New York, you see a kind of cream of the crop of the colored people. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you go to these big cities, LA, Chicago, and it's not, you know, what you're seeing is these is all the people that came to these places to make it. So in New York, yeah, this is a college town. You know, you got Columbia, NYU, you know, Princeton is right over the water. You know what I mean? You got Ivy League schools all around here. The new school, you know what I'm saying? So, you know.
They call it a college town?
Well, I call it a college town because there's a lot of colleges here. You know what I'm saying? You know, so you get the people like that they come here. Now, look, where they from? They live in trailers. Yeah. You see what I mean? But now that's one difference between the original man and the colored people. Is that, see, you can show up here, right, from, you know, West Pigeon Lake, Arkansas, right, and be a colored man, right? Mm-hmm. They put a suit on you, and you just regular.
Fit right in,
yeah. You see what I mean? You got to maybe drop your accent, you know. But other than that, nobody would ever know who they was. The original man don't have that luxury. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? Even if you Obama, we still know who you is, though. You know what I'm saying? And the way we're going to treat you is going to be according. See what I'm saying? It's not going to be like, look, that's a part of the history of America. Is how they can come from over here. You know, you could be a peasant in Italy, right? You come over here, and you know now you can be white. Yeah. You see what I mean? You join the white power structure. But see, for original people, you can't do that. You understand what I'm saying? You can come in here, don't get me wrong, they might give you a little bit higher position in the white supremacy. You understand what I mean? If you from someplace else, right? Because they know that, okay, you a little bit safer, right? Because you haven't felt the full brunt of our foot up your ass yet. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. See, we already know these people over here, they know what time it is. See, just like, look, when you look at the Indians, right? Most of the Indians was mad peaceful until they got to the plains. See what I'm saying? One of the reasons why them Indians out there fought so viciously was because this was it. Meaning you had Indians that already had to migrate out from South America because they found out what the devil was about when Cortez and them came. You had Indians that had to come down from Canada because they found out what the devil was about when the French got up here. You had Indians that had to come from the East Coast because they found out what the devil was about when they built Jamestown and Plymouth Rock and all that. You know what I'm saying? So by the time they got to the plains, it's like, nah, we're gonna have to get busy.
Yeah, it's like that back was against the like.
Exactly.
You know, yeah, it was do or die at that
point. You see what I'm saying? But you know, those are some of the things, you know, if you get a chance, you know what I'm saying? In fact, there's two books by Ivan Van Sertima. That's the 100 blacks, yeah, before Columbus. There's another book. Is it The Golden Age of the Moors? There's a book where it speaks on all the different technologies, right, that the Portuguese and the Spanish got from the original men. You understand what I'm saying? And you know how is about how their civilization, right, is based off of things they learned from the original. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we can literally have a whole class just on that. You know what I'm saying? We can have a whole week of classes and still not get, you know, to the nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? But you know, right? You know what I mean? Of all the different things that we talked. Hold on, let me catch back up over here. Is Queen Medina said, I didn't understand what it meant to be free until I entered my free ciphers. How you mean? You didn't know what it was like to be free? He said, answer was the Christian point of view. Queen said, part of the eye is flat, possibly how they see. I don't know what part of their eye is flat. They better make it back round so they can get a well-rounded view of reality, like they got a lot of shot, like to say. You guys said you probably don't remember me, but I used to go to your rest when you were making beats back in Born Culture. You guys, where you from, you guys? You know, we used to be pretty deep. Hey, C.I. Urban Gorilla says science is strictly dealing with addition and subtraction. Let me catch up here. Well, I've been talking a lot. Why y'all never stop me, man? Woo. I'm trying to catch up to you guys too.
He say from Love Allah.
You say from Love a Lot?
Yeah.
What you guys is this, man? Is this you guys that came out here? Yo, what's the brother name you guys that came out here back in the day? I've been actually looking for him, man. Listen, you guys came out here, you know, you get out of jail, they give you some money.
Uh-huh.
He got on the bus with that money.
Yeah.
They came out here.
Oh, what?
Listen, you guys, if this is the brother that I'm thinking about, man, look, that was my man. He was the first person that came out here and told me about the gang life. Yeah, he's from this brother I'm talking about was from Piru Street. You know what I'm saying? And he came out here, right? He had one of the funniest stories, you know, about how he found over here because, you know, this is still the 90s. So the knowledge is not,
right.
You know what I'm saying? So he got exposed to it and he was building with brothers, but he didn't really, but he was like, yo, when I get out, I gotta go find the guys and get on point. So he comes out here, right? So he's asking around everybody, yo, you know, where I find, you know, the school of Islam, whatever he's asking for, they send him to the NOI.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
So he said he got to the front, right? And he's looking at Therefore, I stand in front. And he's like, yo, man, this don't look like the brothers. Like, he was like, the brothers that introduced me to this, this don't look like they style, like the way they move and everything. He was like, yo, damn, you know, so he was like, yo, he had to think about what he gonna do. Like, damn, man, you know what I'm saying? How I'm handling this. I done got all the way out here, you know what I'm saying? So he said, look, he came around the corner to just smoke a cigarette and think about what he was going to do, how he was going to handle it, right? And as he's smoking a cigarette, he was like, yo, he just looking around, like just thinking, and he looked and he saw the flag on the front of the school. So he said, yo, that's it right there. And he came in, yo, that was our dude, man. You got, yo, he was the first person that came out here and told me about California and the, you know, the gang life, the whole, he was deep involved. He came out here wearing that jail clothes and everything. But yo, that's that you got, man. We've been looking for you for decades, man.
That's me.
That's him?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
Get out of here. Small world. Yo, you, man, what's been up, man? Oh, man, yeah, yo, you. Oh, man. That's you know what I'm saying? Listen, the guy wasn't ready for New York when he first got out here. The guy was...
He had a determined idea.
Yeah. But yo, yeah, man, but yo, that was my dude right there, man. You got it, man. Oh, all right. Rakim is from Lost Paradise. Yeah, I got a lot of people out there.
Where's that? Lost Paradise?
Asbury Park.
Oh,
Asiatic mathematics. But you know something? Actually, what you just tipped on right there, Asiatic mathematics, Musa was in Egypt, so maybe that's why Torah is Torah. But you know, actually, there is a whole train of thought on that. You know, to where Israel is supposed to be Isis, Ra, and El. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the names, you know, you do see a lot of the names. Like you wasn't here. This is why you was on vacation. Durham Bishop, he's probably gonna have something to say about it. But we was discussing how there's some people have the idea that Moses, right, was the Pharaoh Tutmosis in Egypt. So you know, there's definitely you know Hebrew in Arabic is the same language family. They're extremely close together. In fact, it was the Jews that was in Spain that was able to decipher the Arabic writings for the Christians. The wordsmith is, I see you nice and well rested. The wordsmith is nice and well rested. He came back. You came back with that fight. He said, Exodus means exit us. Well, Musa is the Arabic name for Moses, Naib. See, I knew you had some questions. Why you wait so long? Mr. 120 says searching for a mystery God comes from dissatisfaction, which was in play before Musa or the devil being on the planet. Yeah, well, you know, it says in the 10th degree that the set of man has searched for trillions of years for this mystery God. So the devil being over only 6,000 years old, it's now possible for him to have started the science of searching for a mystery God. Musa had a lot of half and half stuff with him. He had his Egyptian family and he had his Hebrew family. You know what I'm saying? When he went out in the wilderness, he was around his Hebrew family. That's where he learned all his Hebrew signs. You see what I'm saying? That's when he, in the story, he's coming in tune with the mystery God and all of that. I think I missed something. The Brownsville method, it never goes away, Five Phrase. It never goes away. You know what I'm saying? You gotta deal with that to get on cap. The brain is good to just look at it as a muscle. You know what I'm saying? Is not, biologically, is not made of the same fibers, but a lot of the way it reacts to stress, you know what I'm saying? The way, if you stress the muscle, then it builds and gets stronger. But you got to continue to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, you can just do it. Huh?
Yeah, you see what we did with it. I'm looking for the little basis. Nice. We ain't got it right now, man. But you got it.
Hold on. Let me get my napkin. Because,
let's FedEx in one. You got like $5, I'll FedEx in the burger. You can't get playing turkey, man. That's like this family, y'all. This turkey is not going to
we ain't supposed to be eating that, man. It's not carbon based enough. But yeah, so and it's the same way in terms of, just like you're gonna continue having to work out, right, in order to maintain, it's a part of the body. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the brain, you know what I'm saying? And it could be conditioned. You know what I'm saying? The same way we condition in this society to not pay attention to knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? You have to condition yourself to be able to pay attention to the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You being conditioned, Facebook, Facebook happened so fast and so recently that we can see the conditioning that is done in people's minds. You know what I mean? Some conditioning takes place over so long.
It's like a frog method.
Right. And by the time the person is conditioned, you don't even know that it ever was another state.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, for instance, when you took them out from 1555 to 1619, right? When they had the slaves in the Caribbean before they brought them over here, right? The people who got here in 1619 never knew the people from 1555, and that they, all they knew is that, I've been enslaved. This is right. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? So, that's a whole, that's another thing. It's no magic button for.
I was watching a video by Marvin Muhammad one time, the Son of Man, but he was dealing with the mind and how to. It's like they, people who don't know stuff, they call them dense, and so that in order to create the space in your mind, like a baby, he was saying, like you first teach a baby the alphabets. First they do the syllables. You know, they start pronunciating little syllables, and then you teach them the alphabet. Then next thing you know, you teach them little words. Then they putting together sentences. They write their whole papers, and you know, you start to be able to communicate more. So it's like the more you add on, the more you actually create space in your mind to keep putting more information.
Now, put it on top of that though. Look greasy.
Yeah, that's how it was for me, at least when it was when I was dealing
Come on,
with
Santa.
Supreme Math and then getting into
use the aluminum.
the 114, you know, the 1 to 36, the 1 to 14, the 1 to 40. It was like it was steadily adding on more and more.
Don't put that greasy thing like this.
Yeah, the Brownsville method works like the chin. Yeah. So I started building when I was yourself like in April of this year. So now I'm in actual facts. So I'm just waiting for my educator to give me some facts. I'm ready to knowledge 120, have it all on cap. Yeah, well, I just was, you know, like Darkim said, keeping my head down in the books and just every day studying, you know. And there's still more to keep adding on just because I have it on cap now. Doesn't mean like I know and understand everything that's in 120 because it's like you said, this just gives you the direction of where to go into studying more in depth into the different topics that 120 opens up to, you know, lead you to the knowledge of yourself. Indeed, grow everywhere with it, you know.
What is this Asiatic mathematics? You say here, I treat my book of life like I'm in butterfly effect.
What does that mean, God?
Yeah,
I know what the butterfly effect is, but I'm trying to do the knowledge of what he means by it.
From a caterpillar, I was new to a beautiful butterfly.
Oh, okay, because there's a different. I'm thinking about the Mandela effect. My bad, honestly. Yeah, the butterfly effect.
So the caterpillar.
Yeah, what's the Mandela effect again?
It's like where some people agree that this happened, and then another people agree that this happened. Like Mandela died, and some people say that he's alive at a certain thing. Something like it's some weird like.
It's in America like to write off a lot of powerful people as dead, like other countries.
I always hear my dad talking about. I still ain't know.
When you think of the Caucasian man, Adolf Hitler.
Say it again.
When you think of the Caucasian man, Adolf Hitler.
Adolf Hitler.
He almost ruled the whole world. Took over 6 continents except for North America.
He's just another one of them. Like see, amongst the colored people, right? They battle for supremacy amongst themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Killing each other on television and stuff like that.
Yeah, that. But it's also just dealing with their history. For instance, right? If you a colored man, right, and your name is great, then you killed a lot of people. That's what they, you know, the best leaders and heroes that they know. That's what they know for. You know what I mean? And it's just a matter of what side they feel they on, how the person's story gets told. You see what I'm saying? So Alexander the Great, he killed a lot of people. But because they like, oh, well, you know, he's our guy. You understand what I'm saying? But, you know, when you look, Alexander the Great, Peter the Great, you know, all the people, look, if your name is great, or you only got one name, like Charlemagne, Napoleon, did a lot of killing. Yeah, that's what they do. That's a part of being colored people.
So they wear like his death.
Yeah.
For them, yeah.
That was really understood.
Yeah, but the Mandela effect is when a bunch of people remember something that didn't actually happen. And so it got called the Mandela effect because a bunch of people remember the history that never happened. He died in prison in the 80s, whereas the rest of the people know that he lived till 2013. So then it's like masses of people believe that he died in the 80s, and some know that he died in 2013. So that's why I think the other thing just believing something that happened in history that didn't happen. But it's not just with one person. It's like you can ask a bunch of people and everybody.
So it's like a mass
Yeah,
delusion.
yeah, like a mass delusion.
Hmm. So, remember you got
From like Born Power, Born Bill.
yeah, probably more like Born Power.
You remember?
What complexion the guy with?
Like light brown skin.
I think so. Wait, he from Now Wild, not just.
Now he's from Cali.
What, he's up on here now?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey.
Everybody wonder what happened to you guys, man. And then you know how Cali is like, oh man, I hope the God is alright. Like, you know what I'm saying? We ain't hear from him in mad long. I was like, damn, son. Wonder what happened to you guys, man.
That's what. So you linked up via the live.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's making all that internet stuff real. That makes it real. Real people connect and make each other in real life.
That's one of the best parts of it. Yeah.
I kind of like. It's two sides to it, but what we dealing with right now is right and exact. He's right and exact.
Big dog. Education.
Go back to big.
Peace.
All right on. Shit, when the girl coming out the night, wow. A good time would be like next summer, but we about to go back into quarantine mode and all that shit. So
I know, right? You've been hearing spikes going on.
Yo, God, we was talking about this how many months ago when it first jumped up. So, all right, it's seasonal. It's gonna be a seasonal thing. Like, you want to know what? It's cold out, and people do the white man controls the weather. They got heart, bro. All right, it's what he's saying. So, like, all right, they say that the numbers go up. All right, that's that, and people gonna deal with it. Whatever side of token you want, people gonna deal with it. But I think travel gonna be a little bit difficult. The second wave is gonna be more tighter than the first one. So
because they know how to deal with it now a little better.
Right, because you toss something out there, you see how the people go for it, like, I told you my predictions was right. Look, it's gonna be a little bit tighter.
They're saying that they're gonna put a disease out there until they have to curve first.
Basically, I mean, I say this much. I don't get too conspiracy. We just like what we know. The media, the government, the white man, whatever the hell you want to say, they said it's a disease out. They said stay 6 feet, no handshakes, no hanging out, no doing none of that stuff, no parliaments, no none of that stuff, you know. And that's what they said. So people are dealing with it. I'm not going to say what the actual truth, because people are going to see it differently. You know what I'm saying? You got people who they say are more susceptible to the disease, maybe age or whatever their condition is or whatever. So people is afraid. You want to show respect because we the 5%. We got to deal with the whole population. We got to teach to all human things and parents. So we got to like kind of deal with them on a certain level. Me personally, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm from the Bronx. I know all about ducking viruses. I'm not scared of that shit. Like, nah, because the strong won't survive. But you got everybody else out there. We got to deal with them.
I thought it was a money market scheme for the guys to do with your food shits, man.
It's
shits they sold within the last year.
As far as
it's a whole bunch of
trillions of these shits, man.
it's a whole bunch of advice in the room. I'm just getting down to it now, but people got some very good advice right here for people that's just getting 120 on cap, you know, of different ways you could be successful in doing that. You know what I'm saying? Recording them and listening to them, writing them down. You know what I'm saying? You know, reading them over and over while you're doing something else. You know, if you're doing something that don't require, you know, all of your attention. You know, when you got 10 minutes here or 20 minutes there. You know what I'm saying? Read it over at those times. You know what I'm saying? Celestine Best. Is everyone doing it? Each one teach one and hitting the like button for me? Wordsmith said when brothers say internalize the lessons, what they really mean is having it programmed into every part of the mind. Actually having it programmed into every cell. You understand what I'm saying? In the body. You know, because, you know, our cells carry knowledge. You see what I mean? So that's why if you scratch the skin off your hand, right? You know, an eyeball doesn't grow back right there. You see what I'm saying? Because the cells in your hand, they know what they are. You understand what I'm saying? Every cell in your body got knowledge of self. You know what I'm saying? Heart cells don't just grow out here on the side of your shoulder. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, by that same token, you know, you got to internalize this into your cells. So then, you know, right now, you know, if you taste something, you know what I'm saying, your whole body reacts to it. You know, if you bite into some food that's no good for whatever reason, you know, let's say you in the Sugar Hill Gang record, you know, your whole body reacts to that. When I first got knowledge, I had a plus lesson called 5 Stages of Consciousness. Indeed. I said his grandfather and his pops never wore jeans. Yeah, that's, you know, when we were speaking earlier about, you know, the 3-piece suit. And I guess his brother was saying, you know, how in terms of civilization, you know what I'm saying, in the way people present themselves, you know what I'm saying, as being civilized. But like I said, you know, all of that is based on a value system at whatever time. You know what I'm saying? The business suit is like from the 1850s or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at the different presidents of the United States and you look at the clothes they wearing, Thomas Jefferson didn't wear suits. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they used to wear the shirts with the ruffles. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's how, you know, over time, when you're talking about, you know, especially fashion values, you know, they're gonna, but you can tell age, right, from fashion. There's certain things like, for instance, if you go to the rally, right, you can tell who's from the 60s, 70s, 80s. You can tell who's from wherever, you know what I'm saying, by the way they dress. No, D Christian is the 7 planes, the 7 planes of energy and 5 stages of consciousness. It gets, you gotta have that kind of thing drilled in.
You know, the 7 windows of the head.
P. Foster, but you said 7 windows in the head.
Yeah.
What's that?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You gotta know, you know, the important thing for that then is you gotta know which ones to look out. You know what I'm saying? And which ones to let the light in through. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, the mouth, you gotta maintain with that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, with the eyes, you got to let the light in. With the ears, you gotta let the light in. See, if you just looking out all the time, then you're going to miss everything. SW said, I'm reading a book called The Akashic Experience, Science and the Cosmic Memory Field. All the goofy talk aside, it's just a book dealing with infinite consciousness. Yeah, the Akashic record is I'm actually not sure the origin of it. I know it was a dude that was some kind of psychic, Casey. And he was the one who like popularized that phrase, the Akashic record. Yeah.
I don't tell you. That Akashic record, they say in our language, we would say the speed of mind tech, and condense it into gases, liquids, and solids, which became those worlds may manifest. A lot of worlds may manifest those planets. You understand? So from each stage of the elemental power, they say you bring forth the holy breath, the Elohim, the sevens angels stood there before them, 7 gods that created fire, earth, air, water, hot, wet, cold conditions, night and day on a cosmic plane of planetary power. You understand? Galaxies and so on. So if we describe it like that at a speed, say Allah is that the Most High mind, that no speed faster than the Most High, and higher than the Most High, and we come directly from that. We was made in our soul form and in our body form as the original man in the image of the heavens, which is that same black carbon. He said that Amentai, they talk about the Amentai and the Noahs. The Amentai was the dream world, was that unseen realm, was the ether, but it was worlds, if not Sedan. In your body, you had the rule. With the top, you had Amen Ra, the head, like the son of man. And then in your heart, you had the cold, the ma'at, the balance of everything, just as they say in Islam. I self-lord the master, to me, like mathematics, to love the laws of mathematics. So at speed on mind, I see that the Akashic record is that deja vu. I dreamt this shit 2-3 weeks, months before it happened. Now we sitting here and it's deja vu. I'm like, y'all, how you live in the future already, y'all? You know what I mean? Yeah. So when I realized that, and I was reading the Kemetic scripture putting together, I understood what they mean by Akashic, or I related to so-called Hermetic, the Kemetic, the Egyptology when they say Amentai, dream world. You dreaming anything, bro. You don't see it. You see a fade, you see the color, but then you be sick. Work yesterday, the day before, every week. Because this, I look at my astrology. Neptune, we was born. Neptune was in Capricorn. Then it was going into Aquarius. So you see the 90s kids, they're a little more wild. They a little straight to the point. They telling the truth. We more try to be civil, try to go through the traditions, the law, and of our law, of how we write, how our rhythm is. It's the same thing, those same words align, and it's that same descriptive. You know what I mean? Let me not go off subject. Yeah.
But see, that's, it's the same thing what I was saying though, dealing with knowledge that's in your cells. You know what I mean? Like, look, right now, the motherfucker can measure your DNA, right? And tell your whole fucking history. You know what I mean? For thousands of years, I'm talking about.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That's because that knowledge is stored, within those cells, but you got to be able, see with the DNA, they got what they call the machine, the CRISPR machine, right? That's able to decipher that knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? But if you got other ways of knowing how to tap into that level of knowledge in your cells, then you could, be in tune with the universe.
When you say that that's like the atom, say as small as the atom, and we made those atoms.
Say again?
They call it a cell, and we used to refer to it as atom, ra, come by night. In the original man, primordial man, in the image and form of the cosmos, made of the heavens, black carbon melanin, used stored on the wall, ancient Kemet. And he had like long locks, but he was made at night. He was black. It didn't mean Amun. Amun could be like I saw like the sun in the daytime. Amun was the hidden father, but Atum was the comer by night. So they always drew Atum as a big giant black man. And then they say even that was describing the cell as well, the atom. You know what I'm saying?
He was nice.
Well, this
They're coming up ninth.
All everything that I'm entire that world, that dream world was all made in that same heaven before the earth was made, or before this was as there's a speed of mind. So these was like stories of how each element was formed. Like I found it in Egyptology, but then they add on through the Torah and the Psalms and the Gospel Quran and all of that. When you read the language, it's saying the same Kabbalistic, which all comes from the Kemetic tree of life. We built Kemet, you know what I'm saying? Son of man.
You think, though?
All right.
What we got born. Right, this is a book right here that I was saying. You got a pen on you?
No.
I got to put it
No.
together. I got this book.
You gotta have paper.
Let me see.
This one.
We go there.
Are you ready? The author is Ivan Van Sertima.
Ivan.
Ivan, I-V-A-N. Van Sertima.
That's no certain.
S-E-R-T-I-M-A.
S-T-R. Okay.
Right? And he got one book, The Golden Age of the Moors. And another book, 100 Blacks in Science.
That's his book.
Mhm. So, because he was asking about, some of the levels that you see the devils have reached, with technology and everything. So I was just pointing him to those books so he could see what's the real root of that. Yeah, they're looking, Born Love reminded me of that. We got Supreme Man came in. The Pizzy. All right, now, what are you talking about? Got Charles Barkley in the building.
You see Asiatic mathematics at it again. He said measure means to be assured. Basically, he was saying measure means be assured. You know what I'm saying?
The computer, that's the brain, right?
Say it again.
The computer, that's the brain.
What computer? What you mean? Whose brain?
Man's brain.
No.
No?
What you mean?
I read that somewhere. You want to some credit for the computer? You said the brain. But I read it somewhere else.
Well,
also.
yeah, this is, in terms of the activities, right, that happen inside the computer, right, is similar to the activities that happen in the brain. You know what I'm saying? But, see, here's the thing. The computer can't come to that understanding. You understand what I'm saying? They can never deal with the best part, they could, in terms of the knowledge and wisdom, if you just, you saying, 1 + 1 is whatever it is, yeah, you can come up with that extremely fast. You know what I'm saying? But, the computer is based on arithmetic. You see what I'm saying? Whereas we based on supreme mathematics. You see what I'm saying? Like, see,
it's 0 through 9, right?
huh?
Arithmetic is 0 through 9, right?
Right. But see, the computer don't even work on that. The computer only work on 0 and 1. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So, because arithmetic doesn't, it has no meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like when you just say, 1 + 1 is 2. Yeah, that's just 1 + 1 is 2. It could be 1 ant plus another ant is 2 ants. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't really, if you're not dealing with supreme mathematics, you can't say that there's actually a principle there. You understand what I'm saying? That's being lived out or not lived out. Well, what you say here, P. Forster, to explain the universe, mathematics is explain the universe, mathematics is the language. Yo, you gotta hit my my Instagram. I just put the link in there right now. Knowledge 7 Supreme. Shaq Queen is bringing up, Musa. Musa had a speech impediment.
Yeah.
And his brother Aaron did speak for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I read that. I read that in Holy Quran. He said, add on to me for my brother. I'm afraid
this is a little bit different. Born Love Allah Supreme says Abraham has an Egyptian family and Hebrew family as well. Who is Abraham's Egyptian family?
Ibrahim, the Ishaq, Isaac, and Ishmael.
Yeah, but who's
Islam and Hebrew?
Who's his Egyptian? No, he must be talking about Hagar.
Well, Hagar was Sarah, and Hagar was with was that his wife? Yeah, and one had, and Sarah had.
She was.
Isaac.
I think Hagar
had Ishmael
was Egyptian.
She was supposed to be Egyptian, but there's always the misnomer as to how that means, because Sarah was black. So what was she? Was she Nubian? You know what I'm saying? And what exactly was the difference? They always try to liken Egyptian to Arab, but it wasn't Arab back then. It was 16th century. Peace.
Peace.
Shalom. Lala.
Peace.
Peace.
Where are you going? 130, 149?
Yeah, I want uptown. Road.
I gotta go up and check in.
What day you going up there?
Probably the next couple of days. So we possibly.
We keep in tune because I'm pull up tomorrow anyway. So I'll give you a ring.
Up here?
Yeah, I'm like to stop by, but I'm gonna hit you first. So if anything, you know what I mean? Because he was like, y'all both need to come up here because I think he said he got 1,000 beaches. Yo, got me going on, man. You know what I mean? I'm trying to show my little 1, 2, 1, 2. You do what you man, you know. Anyway, I hit you, mañana. I'll be through here.
Show me out again, bro.
Peace. Yeah, blah. Peace, God. No, I'm gonna my shit be changing.
All right, I see the relevance of the butterfly effect now. Is you gotta
I got thousands of people.
Yeah.
Which was an iPhone?
No, the free Android charger. Where's a little?
I didn't bring the recharge, but I got a charger.
It's the regular Android.
Yeah, I got you. I got thousands of people too.
Yeah, Charles, you never noticed that? That anytime you see a colored man named Great, he kills a lot of people.
That's kind of self-explanatory. Shows what they worship.
Yeah. Or if he got one name, like Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
straight up.
That's how you distinguish yourself in that world. That's what I'm saying. Nah, last shot. He was here earlier. Yeah, I missed the last shot.
Well, you got a C?
That's what you're doing?
You got a C charger.
You got to see.
I had a C. I don't have a C on me.
I'm behind the time.
The busy.
That's a good one because you got more power.
Who needs to read a book?
Power that charger. The C drop is like right under the iPhone. It's like a Galaxy charger.
You do what? You coming back down
Yeah.
I'm
I'll get your master tomorrow.
Who needs to write a book?
It's a God.
Says here magnetic. Said so could cancer be considered a result of poor knowledge? I mean, in most cases, in this modern day and time right now, you know what I mean, because it's based on stuff that people is eating. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely, a cell that is is reproducing unnaturally. So clearly it's something has caused damage to the idea of what that cell is. Something has caused damage to the balance in that cell, you know what I'm saying? And DNA, all these things is information. You know what I mean? So, just saying that a person didn't read enough books and that's why they got cancer wouldn't be right, you know what I'm saying? But in terms of, a person knowing dietary law, you know what I'm saying, and living that out, yeah, I mean, even with this thing that we just seen right now with the COVID-19, you know what I'm saying, is, that's a result of people not activating the knowledge. And so you came to depend on the pills. You came to depend on the insulin. So, when something came that the insulin wasn't a cure for, you was in trouble. Wait a minute, hold on. Full stop. Jack King, you got some of the P funk? Cause I'm still trying to be, man, listen, that's a whole other show. I think, look, you need to save that for Wednesday. We need to save that for Wednesday, and so you can add on and let us know what that's about. P. Foster said, I learned in shop class, measure twice, cut once. Listen twice, speak once. Got Justice came in. Still trying to catch up. So, Supreme Man asked the question to the room here. Are you a holy baby or an angel baby? For those who know today's degree.
That's deep.
Smell good. We still, everybody need their sample. Everybody need their sample of the people. Yeah, Asiatic mathematics. Ah man, you came back rejuvenated. So wait, somebody had it on first here. So Knowledge Born said he's an angel baby. Mr. 120 said angel baby, but the pen has been removed and I'm securing my home in heaven on earth. I'm not unalike. Oh, me, busy? I don't know if I could write a book. I don't know. I like this kind of forum right here where see if I say something and then you got a question, you can just ask me. But this is kind of the book right here I'm putting together. It's different, you know. It's 2020.
It's a video log versus a blog.
So Carl Islamli said, who would be a great man by Yaqub's standards, not a righteous person? Sincere Magnetic said, I'm an acupuncturist. In Chinese medicine, a patient's genealogical makeup can determine diseases and how we respond to disease. Y'all talking about blue now. What you talking about? I got my school that I showed y'all. I got my school that they opened up for me. Did you know they have a place called Christ Church? But yeah, I finally caught up to these comments over here in the room. Anybody in the room that got any last questions? Now's the time to ask them. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I hope y'all all did each one teach one and hit the like button for me, so I can pretend that I'm teaching a lot of people on here. And also to the rest of the people that came in that might not have heard, everything is on sale. Everything is on sale in the merch store this week because we passed another threshold in the subscribers. Yeah, that's the point because you never know what's gonna happen to these videos. The service could go down, and then this would be a wrap. Yeah, I have to. I'm gonna show you the picture of how they developing it.
You say you got the vinyl too, right now?
Yeah, I got the vinyl,
Yeah.
and
That's
then
like copper vinyl joint.
I got. I think Wednesday they said that my whole shipment coming.
Yeah,
But the bill said here, who qualifies by the minister as an elite? What do you mean?
That's anybody.
Hmm?
Anybody, because the minister qualified meaning that the black with the brown and the brown with the black. So if you was alike naturally and you just clicked and vibe with sister, she look just like you. People thought y'all was twins. I seen that a lot. They be couples and they look just alike.
Yeah.
They be soulmates. So I think that he divided that. He would split the same thing they say they did with the slave trade. So forth. He split and divide and split and divide. So anybody could be unlike. You know what I mean? The minister would just be the middleman. He's not the doctor. He's not saying who's a strong or weak breeder. He's not sending nobody back. He's qualifying the underlike already to the minister. So I just think it meant only the difference. So,
Did you catch that reveal? And also you got to remember that everything when you're dealing with the island of Patmos is on a sliding scale. You understand what I'm saying? So, at first, when it tells you that they killing the black baby, right? After 200 years, there's no more black babies. So now that slides over to the brown. You understand what I'm saying? So just like Supreme Man was just saying, you understand what I mean? Are you a holy baby or an angel baby? It also has to deal with, which stage of the process you're talking about. Because the brown might have started off as the angel baby, I mean as a holy baby, but eventually, you know, the only holy baby that was left was the colored man. So you asking, was it colored mentally or both? It was in the lesson where it tells you that they had to be healthy, strong, and good breeders, right? And also good at multiplying. You see what I'm saying? So, multiplying is talking about their mental power. See, breeding, that can really only be physical. You know what I mean? But see, multiplying, yeah, you can multiply physically too. You know what I'm saying? But that's mentally. So yeah, you have all different people, right? Of all different, like they say, shapes and sizes and complexions. And you have all different people of all different types of mentalities too. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, if you're talking about the island of Patmos, yeah, everybody who's original is eventually going to end up being an angel baby. That's another level of it you're speaking on right there, Reveal. Right? Because the first rules, right, before you get into whether they talking about black and brown, right? They first tell you about destroy the light and save the unlight. So, all of these is a part of the measurements that you're taking into account. You know what I'm saying? And then it's just like you see right now today. You go to this doctor and he say you got cancer. You go to that doctor, he say you don't got cancer. You know what I'm saying? You go to this doctor, he said it's terminal. You go to that doctor, he tell you now, come see me next Thursday, I got you. You understand what I'm saying? Pizzy said I need some lessons. Where you at again? Reveal said, who is the minister nowadays? You mean in terms of because the minister is the minister. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Now don't get me wrong. In each situation that you go into, you understand what I'm saying? You got a particular minister that's marrying you to that science, you know what I'm saying, of whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go to play for a basketball team, it might be a certain individual that, they the person that like, we all gonna be over here doing this right here. Like, come maintain with us. You understand what I'm saying? But the minister is still the minister. He's still the person who, indoctrinates you into giving Caesar what is Caesar's. You know what I'm saying? He's still the person who, indoctrinates you into the rules and regulations, including all laws to be enforced. Mr. 120 said, I see the someday in the degrees as akin to searching someday as opposed to now, which is what we dealing with in real time. Jack King said, in that degree today, the courts, like gay marriage is okay now, interracial marriages been okay a few decades. Mm-hmm. I'll say the courts, the courts is
$6 a month to the region.
That's a certain Bill said, would it be administrations nowadays? Yeah, the politicians is another they another kind of minister.
I was gonna say the court could be like cremated.
Yeah, really, yeah. To me, the justice system
is,
but see, he's not really talking about the criminal side of courts right now. You know what I mean? He's talking about kind of the Supreme Court in the way they establish institutions that make society a certain way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I agree with that though, in terms of, the justice system is basically the cremated. You understand what I'm saying? I look at the court. The court is like the auction block.
I see the C-cycle. There's the nurse.
Now they the cremators.
Same thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Feed it to the wild beast. Right?
But the court is where you get put into slavery. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the court is like the new type of auction block.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? And see, and here's the thing too. You know what I'm saying? It's also one of those situations, right? Where look, just like right now, you know, if for whatever reason the doctor is not here, right? The nurse might take care of that procedure for you. You see what I'm saying? If that's within their power. You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, don't think if, you know, for whatever reason the cremator wasn't there when the nurse brought them over there, you know, don't think like, okay, well now you get to live. Yeah, ain't nothing gonna change. You still angel baby. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that yeah, we gonna see, you know, things maybe be a little bit interchangeable out here in society. Where in this cipher over here, you know what I'm saying, this individual is a nurse. You understand what I mean? And in this cipher over here, the individual is a cremator. You see what I'm saying?
Thinking about that a lot myself. Like we all live in ghettos and hoods and shit, and you know how it gets, and you know how you have to protect yourself. And then when you walking with your knowledge, you don't have to feel how they try to train you to feel as far as self-defense protection. You always have to sometimes perform as a man and be a captain or lieutenant. You know what I'm saying? When you have to. But just as a regular man, you come home, work or whatever, and you don't want to deal with no drama. And you look like you gotta be ready to be that cremator or put a pin. You know what I'm saying? And it's wicked. We understand that even brothers who are lost build powers that might antagonize and be drunk or high or just acting stupid on the gangbang or whatever it is. We was all young. We might have been on both sides, we understand. But I think myself like, are you that cremator? Especially at Harlem when I see a lot of older brothers and I see how brothers dysfunction. Because our generation, I'm born to build equality. We didn't really have a lot of guards. There was a few young brothers in 2000 and 90s, but we had knowledge itself. We was knowledge cipher, knowledge, power, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So we clicked up together. A lot of us was mixed with all these different currents that was out there. But we stood through the fire that to represent, this is what we represent in the name of Allah, our God, so forth and that. So it's like, I don't want to be the cremator. I don't want to be a devourer. I don't want to be the destroyer of my own people or angel baby. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you see the brothers trying to, it's like teach them. When you do teach them, that light switch come on. You don't got to be a killer or none of that shit. You teach your brother and tell your brother, you my brother. You son of man. I think that's the best part.
Yeah. I try to see it like that whenever I get to feeling like, yo, I'm about to cremate somebody.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be teaching him. This is my duty. He don't know what I think I know. You know what I'm saying? Because if I did know it, I would have been telling him already. Some people you can tell, some people you can't. So he was like, is it me? So master your shit. Don't worry about the destroying all the time. You're taking up off your planet, fast and pray, but you're supposed to be building. You know what I'm saying? That's how I try to keep my shit.
See, a lot of it is in the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying with Farrakhan, you know, one of the reasons why, you know, I always look at him a certain way is that, you know, he was a part of the atmosphere that was created at that time. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, building on knowledge, being about knowledge, and all of that is you know, that was just in the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to just what's in the atmosphere, just like the background of everything that's going on around people. You know what I'm saying? So just like, you know, when you in the womb, right, and you already hearing the people in your family's voice. You see what I'm saying? you become accustomed to that throughout your whole life. So, for instance, right, everybody, when you little, right, everybody is tuned in to their mother's voice.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Where like, see, your moms can call you right out the window, and nobody else ain't even hear that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, your man start going to see back, where you going? And my mom just called me. No, she did. I ain't hearing that. But because we all, we tuned into that from hearing that from the infancy stages. So, if you growing up and, everything is Bob Black and, you're doing the knowledge of Farrakhan and these different things like that, you know what I'm saying? It's going to have an impact on you, you know what I'm saying, in terms of, what your ears is tuned into. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to, now just the back, you know what I'm saying? You're not hearing, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane, Karis, all of this is a part of the atmosphere that you're growing up in. You know what I mean? The same thing with even food that you eat. You understand what I'm saying? You don't just, you're not just born and it's like, okay, well, this is the kind of food that I like, you know what I'm saying? That's developed from the food that you give it, you know what I'm saying? And then you get an acquired taste, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, when French people eat French food, it's not French food to them. It's just food.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Because they, it's French to us because we're not used to it. You know what I mean? Spanish food is not Spanish food it's just food. You understand what I'm saying? Like you never been, your mom's go to the supermarket, think, yeah, I'm about to go make some soul food. Now she might say, yeah, I'll make some Italian food if she's gonna make spaghetti or lasagna, but she don't never call the food she grew up eating by a particular name. You see what I'm saying? Rome J. But yeah, we this has been a good live right here. Hopefully everybody did the each one teach one. Hit the like button for me. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Don't forget about the merch store. Did I put the link in there? Let me put the link in there for y'all one more time.
I wanted to ask you too about what are the Yakub's rules and regulations that are not mentioned in the lesson?
Say it again.
The rules and regulations that's not mentioned in that lesson. Yeah, also, how I said Yakub also had rules and regulations that are not mentioned in that lesson.
Kill the law and his children.
Is the ones that's not mentioned in the lesson is the ones that they supposed to keep carrying out even after they made. You see what I'm saying? Like when you deal with the wisdom build degree, they talking about, all right, for this next 600 years, this is the plan.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But after that, how you going to continue to be successful, you know what I'm saying, at everything I was telling you from 22 to 29. I mean 22 to 27.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then at 28, they go to the island of Patmos and make the devil. Right? You got 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. What is a real devil? You see what I'm saying? And so now, what is the things that they supposed to continue to do in order to, live out this, covenant, with Yakub that the world is going to be their footstool. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. I saw that the Wisdom Born degree was how they were successful because it was literally that they didn't build prison houses. Anyone fell victim, the penalty was that. So it's like I see Yakub doing his work nowadays through his children, not only with grafting and experiments, you know what I mean, from God degree to everything else, but that part, like that pen in the head and that fear, the same Willie Lynch type of teaching, you know, to keep the fear as a baby man, but from a little baby as well. But,
You say here, reveal we made New York culture, hip hop accessible without people really qualifying and got grafted. Would you say P Lord the BX made devil in hindsight?
Yo, I was building with stuff about that. Like, is hip hop Yakub's new graphic devil? Him saying that, it's like, that's like even adding on to that thought. Like, right, the Bronx would be the birthplace of
can I add on to that? What about jazz and soul and rock? They basically can extract the rhythm, the melody, the sound, the flavor of blues or jazz or funk soul with the same instruments they might use in alternative or rock or country. And if we are the fathers of modern civilization, we've always made these instruments and we've always did all these different genres of music. So regardless of what, we always gonna be the fathers and mothers of any platform of art and demonstration. All of us, the 16 because you talking about 7 churches of Asia, talking about all the continents and different planets too. When you go deeper than that, everybody's not even into that history yet. So it's like, word is born. The devil gonna be a devil and graft shit. You know, like a parasite. So you gotta understand his nature. What is a real devil? They live, grafted germs and weak, wicked men. So you gotta know that. And that they were made that way in this system of abortion and put it all together, understand what we're dealing with today to destroy me one day. I was just about to ask that too. Pick y'all.
I'm locking up. I'm about to put a bag in.
All right.
I see you one day down there.
All right, no doubt.
Destroy me one day.
Well, here's the thing. Because see, even this is where I thought you was getting ready to go with, right? But see, all those other forms of music that you named, right, had they time of people saying that was the devil's music. You understand what I'm saying? See, now this was 80 years ago. They were saying blues was the devil's music. You see what I'm saying? 50, 60 years ago, they were saying that jazz is making all the young kids smoke weed and have sex. That's what I mean. So the thing is, not to confuse the music, right, with mass media, with the entertainment game. You understand what I'm saying? So that, what they've done is absorb certain things, you know what I'm saying, that they see like, okay, this right here got the magnetic. So now we got to find a way to use this thing right here. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
But they're the ones that's doing the grafting. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like, right now, there's still, plenty of artists, right, that's talking positivity, right? But they're not being exposed by the industry. You know what I mean? They're not being exposed to the masses. They, that. So,
pop culture.
It's the way hip hop came to be exploited. You know what I'm saying, by the mainstream. Was devilish me. You know what I'm saying, but hip hop itself, right? No black babies was killed in the making of hip hop. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Yes, you know what I'm saying? Now, there was black babies killed in the merging of hip hop with mainstream media. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, in the beginning, you know, hip hop was something that was reducing conflict. You know what I'm saying? You know, even right now, a lot of things that you see going on in the you know, in the hip hop world. And then even I'm gonna tell you another thing, you know, being from New York, you know, most people will tell you that, you know, things started kind of going left when it left New York.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? You know,
As it gets further.
yeah, and just not only that, but
Ain't doing it right. Ain't doing
other coaches, right, in other places, they wasn't at the same point that we was at. And see, that's one thing right now, like the America is kind of homogenous. You know what I'm saying? Like wherever you go, you
People
see
rocking
the same
shit,
target.
you know?
Yeah, people got the same clothes. You know, it's bloods there, bloods there, blood. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't always like that.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Like Crips is from over there. This other people is from over there. You know, dudes over there. Like, look, at one time you used to watch a hip hop video, right, with the sound off, and you would know where it was from.
Right.
Just from the cars they had on, the clothes they had on, you know, without hearing nothing that they had to say. You see what I'm saying? So you know, now you dealing with something that's a little more you know, homogenous, but you know, other coaches you know, a lot of things that we look at now, you know what I'm saying, that really came from other coaches. You know what I'm saying? When they started to express themselves within the hip hop world, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That was their reality, you know what I'm saying, that they was manifesting. But I'm just saying that, you know,
You laid the foundation.
yeah, and then see everywhere wasn't ready for what was going on here.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's first.
You know what I mean? New York wasn't ready for what was going on in other places. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so Naive says, shout out to Dougie Fresh and Busta Rhymes. That's a rather that's an odd couple. That's an odd couple. Jack King said during the sharecropping period, black preachers started saying the blues was the devil music. Men were going to the juke joints instead of church, so the women had nothing to put in collection plates.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, they all had their time, but it's that, you know, hip hop had probably the best run. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, you know, time.
Time, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You know, those other musics didn't last as long as hip hop.
And it took long for them to be exposed.
Right. So, you know, right now you had an amount of time, but you know, if you go to the right people, you know what I'm saying, or the wrong people, however you want to look at, you know, almost every music has had its time. You know what I'm saying? Like soul music, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Christian people was upset, right? Because yeah, all of these dudes came out the church.
They playing the blue
light. Marvin Gaye, James Brown, Little Richard, all of them is preachers' sons.
Oh.
And they came out the church, Sam Cooke, and they was using the Lord's music.
Oh, I get it. Wow.
To do this sniffing cocaine, free love stuff. What is this? That's what I said. All those music had their time when they, you know, it's just that, you know, it's you know, sometimes you gotta take the good with the bad. You know, that was a part of the success of that culture, is that you got haters now. It said Magnetic said the God civilized the gangs. Watch Star Wars or Rebel Kings documentaries, and you will see and hear our way of life shaping the change into hip hop culture. Mm-hmm. Indeed. You see what I'm saying? But you know, what happens is just like it happened in New York, you know, when other places started expressing their gang culture, right? We didn't really understand it. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, people start following it, but you don't really understand it fully. You understand what I mean? And yeah, so, you know, things get. Oh, yeah, I meant to. Hold on. Oh, why did I put that? Hold on.
And that was disco too, though.
Disco was another music that, you know,
we started.
they had their time.
And then they would rap on the mic after that, turned into hip hop. They don't give disco any credit as
Disco
it should
breaks.
be. Yeah, Grandmaster Flowers on Disco Twin.
I'm gonna tell you something. I never really liked disco like that.
Disco, or like the funk that they would, because it's a funk drum disco, the real shit. That it's not disco, it's like funk, but it's a disco break. It's breaks in it. You know what I'm saying? I'm young, so I'm still studying that. Still, like to me, like I hear that transition from the 60s soul to the 70s funk to the disco, and then it turned into like the electric pop too, and then after Jimmy Jam and all that.
See, the one thing that look, I'm pointing out something about disco, right? Disco is the genre of music that colored people was able to pick up on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there's no right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's colored people and just and put like this. You don't have colored people, right, making the best soul music. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have colored people making. See, if you do to me, and look, that's something from my era. If you doing something and the colored man can do it just as good as us, it ain't popular. Whatever. Yeah, like nah, we ain't dealing with that. You understand what I'm saying? But so you know, that's one thing that I always noticed about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, I never really, I didn't really like disco like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they had some good records. You know what I'm saying? But I still was a little more like even in that era, I was more, you know, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder. You know, Stevie ain't really do disco like that. You know what I mean?
Soul.
Yeah, he got a couple jump balls, but you know what I'm saying?
So people who looked at soul at that time, what was disco like?
Say it again.
For people who I might be using the wrong term when I say disco. So for people who was into soul music like that at that time, was it all we just was into soul, or was there like a transition in the funk? You know what I mean? That turned into that break beat that I'm trying to describe.
James Brown.
That's peace.
In the like very, very, very early 70s.
Right.
But
that's funk. So now it's from soul to funk. That's good.
Sincere Magnetic said, I'm from C Medina. It was all gang culture. Hip hop had the same effect on Chicago until West Coast gangster rap went big. Then we reverted back to gang culture. Now that's you know, I never heard this aspect right here.
That's X-Clan era.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, yeah, that's kind of, you know, and look, you know, he's most people's, you know, righteous hero, but you know, to me, Tupac had a lot to do with that.
He did.
You know what I'm saying?
96, yeah, that generation.
He
influenced my generation.
And just the knowledge of gangs and everything. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, this is street business that's going on. So it's not, you know what I'm saying, all out like that. You understand what I'm saying? To me, he spread gang culture, and Biggie spread drug dealing culture to the people who, like, before that, like, dude, you got beef from Compton. You got beef from Watts. You know, like I said, what you got. Until he came out and started manifesting certain things. I didn't know all about that, but I'm not talking about he was going into the day-to-day, like, yo, this is how we do. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that I've talked to since I met him, they was like, yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? But you know, Tupac to me, it's like if you didn't, you know, if you was somebody like me that you didn't really know about the gang world, because you really wasn't, you know, was nothing, you know, by the time the Bloods and I came out here, I was already a grown person. You understand what I'm saying? And Biggie spread the drug talk. You know what I'm saying? Like if you was, you know, everybody know how many grams is in a key at the Biggie. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody know certain lingo, certain things that you never would have known before. And to me, that was kind of, and if you notice, their popularity, right, came right at that time when hip hop was leaving the hood. Like Biggie was, you know, he was amongst the first. I don't know if he was the first that you start seeing like on MTV with the summer spring break and stuff. And they out there and the whole crowd is colored people. Right. So these people, none of them never knew, you understand what I'm saying? Like you didn't know where to go to get this or that. But after Biggie, you could go play it off. You know what I'm saying? You never been over there before. You just go according to the Biggie record and you can play it off. Yes, I mean, because look, that's what niggas is doing with the gang shit. You don't know really what's going on. You just playing it off. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even got a set that you in. You just walking around talking about you in the gang. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
They start wearing bandanas.
Yeah.
Type.
You know what I mean?
Got a song like, what is it called? My Summer Vacation, where he talks about how he traveled from Cali through the dealers that was leaving going OT. So they had the bangers claiming streets, dying for a street that they ain't never even heard of. You know, things like that. Like, so just definitely spread through songs like that and just the movements like that.
And but see, also through at some point, you see, like on that record, you know what I'm saying? You know, like you said, at the end, these niggas they get killed out in motherfucking Kansas or wherever they at. You know what I mean? Or the other record where the nigga was like, nigga said, yo, went to jail in my motherfucking drawers. Yeah. See, these young cats, they missed that part of the story. Right. You know what I mean? Like you listen to Road to the Riches or any one of these songs, a lot of them at the end, the moral is that you end up fucked up. Don't go this route. That part of the story start coming off. You understand what I mean? So and that becomes the atmosphere that's around. Yes, I mean, being like, look, when I was growing up, if you had a magazine where it was about people back in the day, then it's about Martin Luther King. It's about Medgar Evers. Those are the people that was doing certain things. But see, now dudes is growing up with, you know, Don Diva, Fed. Yes, I mean, these is just the stories that's in the atmosphere. You see what I'm saying? And what it's doing is you know, being that they're attracted to these stories, they also have that fatalistic kind of mentality. You see what I mean? Because all the people that's in these stories is either dead or in jail for 100 years. You understand what I mean? So, you know, if this is what you're looking up to and this is what you aspiring to be, you know, then it's really, what's the point of having plans for your 30s? You understand what I'm saying? What's the point of going to school? What's the point of saving any money? What's the point of investing any money or any of these things if this is the life that, you know, we gonna live and shit? You know what I'm saying?
People live.
Yeah, Ice-T, he was another dude that had records where it was always a moral to that story. And see, to me, I'm gonna tell you something. That's why in my opinion, right? There's some like, look, if it's not a story, then it's not country music. I don't care what accent the person got, saying if it ain't no story, you understand what I'm saying? If nobody horse died, nobody, you understand what I'm saying? Nobody girl left them, you understand what I mean? Then it's not country music. Listen, and see, for me, if it don't have no message, it's not really hip hop. It's not really, we can't really, identify with it, you know what I'm saying? Then that's not really, when you come and you do a record about how rich you are and all the things that you do in your rich and famous life, it's not really hip hop to me.
Because you taking the substance out of it.
Right, yeah, you rhyming and shit, but
It's just,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just certain things that
See, but I agree with you. I think maybe what would have been the poison for me, even the vanity, right, for me, would be like that Fabulous Lloyd Banks era, that DJ Clue era, when the Fabulous was punchline bars, and it was, you had to say the illest shit the smoothest way, and just keep going and going and going. But it was lyrical though. It was like pretty boy lyrical shit. You know what I'm saying? I favor that 9/7 era like that.
But see,
in
a way, that's what they did. Is see, and it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things that if you look at, you're like, okay, this thing right here is we don't like this about hip hop. If you trace that stuff back, right? The people who really started doing it, a lot of times they was classic people. They the people that we like, yo, these people is from the classic era, these are the classic MCs. But you ended up making records, right? That if nothing else, you planted the seeds, right? That this is the way to go for the commercial people. So for instance, we look at NWA as a classic group, but at the end of the day, the records that they made is what inspired the generations that came behind them. You understand what I'm saying? So, there's a lot of things that you would look at, you say, yo, but who was the first person to really start introducing that type of thing in? You know what I mean? So, a lot of people, I ain't gonna say they was enticed, but they was allowed, you know what I'm saying, because sometimes that's all you gotta do is just allow things to go on and they will keep rolling. You understand what I mean? So certain people was allowed to make records in the 90s that they would have not even been allowed to make. You wouldn't have been allowed to speak like that on records in the 80s.
Ghetto Boys.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's lots of things. Look, even Wu-Tang, a lot of the stuff people were saying, that would have, your whole record would have got bleeped out in the 80s. You understand what I'm saying? Gunshots on every record, you know what I'm saying? All of that was things, but when you look at it, it's like, the people who really kind of, brought that to the forefront is people that, like Nas had a lot of that on his records, you know what I'm saying? Even though he's a classic dude, you know what I'm saying? But
people like the Cool G Rap era, or like Just Ice, like certain LG Bulldogs. Like
listen, they played their part in it too. But see, this is what I'm saying. Those were certain seeds that was planted, because see, that's what happens a lot of times. Like, we complain about what's the images that we portrayed with, right? What's the records that people is allowed to make. But at the end of the day, that's what we respond to. You understand what I'm saying? If they made a record about dudes going to college, you know what I'm saying? And, like for instance, look, you could make a Facebook movie, right? With the colored people. But then if you try to do a movie like that about the original man,
you probably ain't gonna come off like that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Brothers wanna, you wanna see that gangster stuff. You wanna see these things with your images like that. You see what I'm saying? So, sometimes it's just a bottom line like that. You know what I'm saying? Where, it's not that I like you or dislike you, but I don't give a fuck about you, you know what I'm saying, one way or the other. And if this is what you're going to respond to is your own death, then I'm going to sell it to you. You know what I'm saying? But most things, if somebody's going to buy it, somebody's going to sell it to you. You know what I'm saying? Jack King said, check out 7 Black Americans expressed their rage in the 1960s. Share it to those who think the majority of our people thought that we would receive more gold. I've been seeing the what's the name for that, but I haven't looked at it yet.
The Us movie?
I've been seeing the like on my feed when I'm looking at other videos. I keep seeing that, but I haven't looked at it yet. I'm gonna check that out, John. I've been wanting to check it, but I just sometimes I want to be in the right mindset because then I won't be paying 100% attention. Like if I'm doing something, like some things I want to sit down so I can really study it. Yeah, house music. To me, house music is Planet Rock. Yeah, to me, that's where house music came from, Planet Rock. You know what I'm saying? Like when people even say that, you know what I'm saying, Africa Lambada with all this hip hop stuff, where's the people that sound like him now?
That's dance music.
Yeah, like if you listen to hip hop now, they sound like Grandmaster Flash, the Furious Five, and the other people that was rolling with them. Daquan came in. What's the deal? Daquan said Luke Campbell broke the censorship bubble and allowed more expression to be heard without all the restrictions. Yeah, because Luke took it to the court level and everything. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, NWA, you know what I'm saying? Because remember, there was a whole year or two where nobody was cursing. Like they had a record called "Don't Curse." Coogee Rap was on it. Yeah, listen, even Coogee Rap wasn't cursing at one time. You know what I'm saying? Then it just went left, yo. Jack King said one step in the wrong direction doesn't seem bad, but when people keep going that way over time, you get further away from the root of civilization. Yeah, you know what I just call that? Angles. When you deal with angles, see, if you 1 degree off, right, and you try and go to the moon, you miss the whole moon. Yeah, see, right here on the planet, that 1 degree, you couldn't even perceive that with the naked eye. Right. You see what I mean? But by the time you get all the way out of space, that distance becomes greater and greater and greater and greater. You understand what I mean? Mm. And that's the same thing, when we dealing with this knowledge. You could be 1 degree off. To see as time go on, years, months, and days from now, we'll see you and you won't know nothing about the knowledge.
Mm. All right, so adding on to that, do you see in hindsight where Lord Stucker was trying to do the thing with, remember where she was trying to ban all this type of foul rap and everything, and they had that little thing where they was steamrolling all over the CDs, and was she right? And should we have followed that?
She took the wrong angle though.
Yeah,
she shouldn't have attacked the hip hop world. She should have attacked the corporate world who was exploiting these things.
There you go. Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Because like we was just saying, no matter what it is, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They're going to find a way to exploit it. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, it's not like it's not exploitation in the R&B world. You know what I'm saying? Or in the TV or movie world. You understand what I'm saying? But it's the people that's actually exploiting it. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, she went about it the way she, that's how she felt she needed to do it. But, it would have been better if she would have attempted to communicate to people that, listen, what they doing is using your pain to make money. You see what I'm saying? And in time, when you finish telling all your stories of pain, they're going to get rid of you. You see what I'm saying? But the way she went about doing it, she alienated the young. You understand what I'm saying? Her and LL Cool J was going. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so now you lost your whole message because these people got the hearts and minds of all the young and shit. You see what I mean? So So y'all, PJ, I'm about to be up out of here too. I told y'all I was gonna be out here early. Spice One studio gangster record drew a line between entertainment and real. I never really listened to Spice One too much. Like he was still in that era when New York we didn't listen to we listened to other kinds of hip hop back then. You think hip hop will ever go back to the point where positivity is mainstream, or do we need a new art form that will express that? Well, positivity is not going mainstream no time soon. You know what I mean? Not, whether you're talking about hip hop or, whether you're talking about, because, what's the most, well, I can't say because I don't really watch TV. But the shows that I hear the most about now is Power and Empire. This just in general, the people have grown accustomed to negativity and just the excitement, the amount of endorphins that negativity release into the brain. That's just what they used to. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, look, I'll give you a good example. Remember that kid that said he didn't really like Tupac because Tupac was boring? Yeah. See, that's because their brains is you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you gotta experience this whole excitement level now in order for you to be attracted. You understand what I'm saying? Just like look, now that you got all these lights and everything in the computer, you know what I'm saying? Kids is less, if they read a book, this is boring to them now.
That would be like us watching like a whole black and white movie.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You know how you watch like a monster in an old movie, you like, man, shit ain't scary. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because the dude, he don't even kill the dude. You just see a shadow on the wall. You know what I'm saying? See, you not gonna be. That's not gonna affect you the same way now. You got to see blood and guts on the street. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with all of entertainment right now. That good. I'm saying, well, I'm talking about, like Leave It to Beaver. You ain't never gonna see that on TV in the near future. You understand what I'm saying? Where the worst thing that happens, is somebody gets a C on their report card, and war got to speak to you. You know what I'm saying? You can't see that. It's got to be drinks flying. You know what I'm saying? Weed fall out on the floor, or else it ain't gonna be
action packed.
Yeah, and the fact is we respond to it.
Yeah, like I said that sensory overload. Yeah,
Right, yeah, sensory overload. 793rd said Uncle Luke said he's still kicking himself for not trademarking the parental discretion logo. I didn't know he had the power to do that. I thought that came from well, I know how it came about, but I didn't know who really. I thought nah, well, see, that started with Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife was after Luke, and she was after some rock and roll people too. You know what I'm saying?
Guns N' Roses.
Oh yeah, one of the all this is the devil's music. That's what I'm saying. Is every music. Look, I remember when they used to play rock and roll records backwards and say it was messages from the devil on it. You understand what I'm saying? So that's you gotta realize that that's just an element of what happened when power was relinquished in the industry, to achieve a couple of dollars.
Sell out, selling out the go.
But at any rate, we've been on here a good amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Peace to everybody. I know I'm back on tomorrow at 7:00. Peace to all the guys, all the earths, all the observers in the background that's doing the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do the each one teach one. Click the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. And to the people that get the merch for the next week, everything is on sale. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.